Alright, I'm here. Hold on a bit. Hello! Hello there. My name's Hollow of Dawn, aka Hollow of Dawn. I don't know what I was going for there, but hey. So, streaming again today. I'm so bored. And, well, what are we to do? Look at old stuff, that's what. Yep. Doing this kind of thing, but before we continue, let me check out the audio. Yep. Doing this kind of thing, but before we continue, let me check out the audio. Yep. Doing this kind of thing. Okay, had to get rid of the background music. Can't have that playing throughout it. But looks like the microphone, well, I can't really do anything about the webcam microphone. It sucks. It's terrible. But it is what it is. It's better than nothing, I guess. And hello, WoTube, for stopping by. Remember that Katawa Shoujo avatar? Yes. For those who don't know, before I had it like my own like avatar, I used to use Katawa Shoujo sprites to convey stuff. Used to use Rin Tezuka as my avatar, in fact. But that's like a little like tidbit there. For this stream, we're going back to the past and looking at old reviews, seeing what I used to do and possibly what I could maybe do in the future. I don't know. We'll see. That's just... While I'm doing that, of course, I will be stopping and critiquing stuff and maybe remembering like fun facts about the production of each of these. So here I have the Hollow review video playlist. It's open right here. And as you can see, I got 55 videos in total, all ranging from my initial review of Madoka Magica, which is an anime, all the way up to my review of Killers of the Flower Moon from last year, which is not an anime. Tried to do like general reviews at one, you know, just kind of broadening my portfolio a little bit. Not the first time I did that, of course. I got Spider-Man Lotus, but also I did an audio review for Man of Steel back in the day as well. So yeah, like I got myself here a nice playlist of oldies ranging from my initial 2012 to what I would try to do later on. So let's go ahead and hope, I'm crossing my fingers right now that nothing in particular of bad will happen like during the stream, like I get a copyright strike or whatever, or the stream gets taken down for footage. I'm going to be, obviously the reviews themselves are you know, should be fair use, since they're like you know, they're not, it's not like they're full episodes, right? You know, that'd be one thing. They don't replace the initial work. They're, what's the word? What's the darn word? They are, they're pieces of constructive criticism, or critique, criticism. What's the other word that I'm trying to think of the other word right now. But my internal thesaurus and dictionary is kind of faulty. It's been faulty over the years. But hey, I guess that's enough rambling from me. Let's click on my first review of Puella Magi Madoka Magica. As you can see, I kind of like looked at these like last night a little bit. So here I am with my old initial review with the Rin Tezuka avatar right there. in the corner. As you can see there, look at that. Looks so good. Thanks, 4chan. Anyway, so before, yeah, Japanese anime companies can be stupid about copyright. Unfortunately, they are very strict. Yes, indeed. So I have to be very careful, more careful than usual, anyway. I'm gonna see if I can like put it at half volume, because there is some, you know, music, especially Sony Music Japan. They are very anal about, like, very, very strict when it comes to their music usage. So anyhow, before I continue on though, like any long-time viewers of mine in the chat, like, sound off, how long have you been watching? How long have you been following the channel? Because let's just say that I'm curious to see if I have any long-time viewers left, really, at this point in time. Admittedly, because well, I haven't really been doing anime-related stuff to begin with for a while now. I need to, at some point, get back to it. Thinking about doing possibly a review of Girls Band Cry once I finish it, if I have the time, of course. But sound off. How long have you been following the channel? If not, if you haven't been following the channel, I should say, well, welcome to the stream anyhow. And yeah, just I suppose you can do that while I go ahead and play the review. Here's my first review of Puella Magi Madoka Magica, an anime that I was really fond of back in the day. Still am now. Since the Infinite Stratos review, that's a long time ago. Very, very long time. Thank you for following the channel for that long. So let's see here. Used a lot of Katawa Shoujo assets, including the music. Tried to remember this review. Good point. Good point.
Let that goddamn thing haunt your nightmares.
So I remember when I was like in the middle of making this review, like I already done the 12 Days of Anime by Dr. Daza, aka Fighting for Nippon, who unfortunately had his channel deleted. His channel was taken down like years ago, so you can't find it anymore. But Fighting for Nippon, aka Dr. Daza, used to host an event called 12 Days of Anime, where once a day leading up to Christmas, you would post up basically post up a video detailing your favorite moments in anime during that entire year. So, for example, this year was Madoka Magica. I pretty much watched Madoka Magica in 2011. I did 12 Days of Anime event. I participated in that. And I remember when I forgot the initial like reasoning why I wanted to do or like start reviewing anime. No, I do remember. It's because of other content creators at that time. Used to follow like, a few other like lesser known anime content creators. Not Giguk or anybody, but but some people who were more hobbyist. Like I remember there was a dude called Batame Reviews and Darkstream 217, I think. Basically like a whole bunch of like lesser known, like unknown, like anime YouTubers at the time, because you gotta remember or realize that the anime community on YouTube was pretty modest back in the day. It was nowhere like it isn't right now. where, you know, anime videos are pretty prevalent and, you know, get millions of views, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views, you know, per upload. Back in the day, anime was very much a very, very niche subject on YouTube. So I forgot the initial impetus of why I decided to make this review. I can't tell you about the humor though. I don't know, it's just me trying to be funny. I initially tried to go for something akin to, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Silent Rob, aka Leisure Suit Gaming.
Being a magical girl anime, one would expect naked lollies transforming into colorful girly outfits and fight monsters and shit, while having Yuri undertones and other things that are totally alright for kids, right? Thankfully, this anime has such things and gives it to you while rapidly kicking you in the balls throughout the span of 12 episodes.
It's me. This humor that you're witnessing here.
Oh yeah, motherfucker! This anime
is basically me trying to be edgy, like trying really hard to be edgy.
But the question is this anime really that good? Let's see and find out.
Because gotta realize that at this point in time, I never heard of Gigguk. Me and Gigguk were not. For the record, for those who don't know, yeah, there was a point in time where I was, you know, sort of in Gigguk's like circle of known contacts, but this was not the case like during this review process.
Pure Magic Madoka Magica is mostly centered around a cotton candy-haired protagonist named Madoka Kaname. A middle schooler who goes to a school that looks more like an exotic glass mansion than a school. Lucky! After having a would-be lesbian dream about some girl fighting a dark monster, the type of dreams I usually have, she wakes up and does her usual morning shit like waking up her mother, picking a ribbon to wear on her edible hair, and eats breakfast in a house that anyone who isn't a millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire, gazillionaire would gladly kill for.
Right.
She used to go to a glass mansion, school. We then meet up with Saika Miki, a would-be lesbian, and he told me, a girl who we barely see and has almost nothing to do with the plot other than be a complete bitch. Once she and her friends get to the glass mansion school, we get introduced to a girl named Hamura Kemi, a transfer student who is totally not sexually attracted to Madoka in any way, and totally isn't undressing her with her eyes. Anyway, Hamura tells Madoka about something about whatever, and Mado gets freaked out by it.
As you can see, I'm using like mostly pictures, right? Because of copyright. But I didn't know much about the copyright situation on YouTube during this day. Even up in the back of my head, I knew, okay, I gotta use pictures and a border and everything. You know, I gotta like.
And then they get saved by a golden-haired and totally Japanese Mami Tomoe who loves her biscuits and tea. Cake too. She takes the both of them to her place where we then learn about the existence of Pulamagi, or Magical Girl, girls who have magical powers and can do a bunch of cool shit while having to fight dark and evil monsters called witches.
God.
Wow, all he has to do is make a wish. Each magical girl carries a gem called a soul gem, a source of a magical girl's power that becomes more and more corrupt and will die if it becomes too dark. However, every time a magical girl defeats a witch, they are able to obtain something called a grief seed, so that they can clean their soul gems of impurity. Totally not a plot twist in the making. The series continues.
The thing is, actually, WoTube, is that I wasn't even all that familiar with zero punctuation. What you're like listening to, like humor-wise and energy-wise, was basically me just kind of talking as fast as I can to a script I wrote in Notepad, and just kind of winging it, like just kind of trying to be funny, you know, like it seems like a zero punctuation like inspired thing, but in actuality this is totally just me just doing whatever, right? This is literally just me. This is just my attempt at humor back in the day, like in the blind. Like, not kidding about that. So, let's see.
With the girls meeting Kyoko Sakura, a girl who surprisingly judging by how much she eats, doesn't look like she's 500 pounds. Hamura comes in, apologizes for attacking Kyubey. They join forces.
Oh my god.
Have biscuits and tea, have sleepovers, go shopping together, discover the elements of harmony, defeat Nightmare Moon, and live happily ever after.
I was into My Little Pony Friendship is Magic around this time, by the way, if you could not tell.
Just kidding, this anime is darker than diarrhea. Furamachi Madoka Magica's story plays almost like Faust, selling your soul to the devil just so you can have what you desire, but have shit hitting the fan by the end. Replace the devil with Kyubey, add magical girls, witches, trippy aesthetics, ultramodern aesthetics, head chomp, heartbreak, psychotic breakdowns, entropy, Yuri undertones, moments of killing a friend to save a friend, and time travel. This all makes what could have been a generic magical girl show into something totally mind-shitting. As for the characters themselves, they are a little generic at first, but when need to be, they really come to their own once the diarrhea flies everywhere. Madoka is obviously...
that imagery, totally not trying to be like in your face and like trying to be like Silent Rob, right?
Main centerpiece of the show. At first, she seems to have the innocence and the helplessness of a lolly getting dripped.
D2 Brigade. Let me look up D2 Brigade. D2. Oh wait, hold on. D2 Brigade. Look that up real quick. Actually, tell me about D2 Brigade. I never heard of D2 Brigade. Looks like I don't have a recollection of that. Let's see. Do that real quick if you want. Or actually, let me play it and you can explain away as I go.
Dark alley. But as the story goes on, when all this shit is happening to her friends in her life, she begins to gain courage to stand up, do whatever is necessary, and matures into an adult. Sayaka seems like a typical tomboy used for Yuri porn material, and is Yuri porn material, but when heartbreak and despair occurs, she begins to lose sight of herself and begins to become something she's not, and it doesn't end well. Hamura seems like she wants to undress Madoka and do scissors with her, but it turns out she wants to protect Madoka so she can finally undress and do scissors with her. Kyoko may be a lone wolf who doesn't give a fuck about anything but herself, but in the end, all she wanted was to be Sayaka's lover and gain access into her pants. She had the most noble end. Mami seemed like she died one time, but she actually died 3 times. But then he got the motherfucker himself, Kyubey.
God damn it.
An ambiguous little prick who on one side has good intentions and does what it does to keep the universe from totally fist-fucking itself, but another side leaves many lives being lost over the course of the existence of magical girls, and thus you just want to punch the shit out of it repeatedly.
It was an anime collab website and podcast with old anime YouTubers like Last Reflections, Arcada. Ooh, actually, Arcada. Jesus Christ. Another one of, someone who was in Gigux Circle. Not right now. Not right now. Arcada. I don't know. I'll talk about Arcada later.
Kyubey's always in your face about making a magical girl contract, especially towards Madoka. It's always like, duh, I think of dying. Contract? No one comes to my dad's church and we're starving. Contract? The person I love is depressed because he can't play the violin anymore. Contract? I must protect Madoka, no matter what it takes. Contract? No, I already made one. Contract? I already made one. Contract? I wish you would die.
God. Okay. I still like that. That whole bit right there. I still like it. Still like it.
That when he gets cold, he lays a nice hard thick for each character's assholes. Why, Kyubey? Why? Because the universe is fist fucking itself really hard with entropy, and the only way to keep it from getting completely fucked is to use human emotions as energy. Thus we turn you bitches into witches so we can melt that energy like the cows that you are. Plus, the amazing house you live.
When it fell apart, they started Potaku. Fun fact, at one point, there was a point in time where I could have been, I don't know if you remember J-Taku. I could have been on J-Taku, actually. Thing is, fuck, dude. I'm just not like a podcast person. unfortunately. Like, I stutter a lot. I have a trouble like keeping up with conversations. Even they realize this, right? Yeah, admittedly, like, I scuffed my like abilities to, like, be on different podcasts in general, right? Could have been on like a number of different anime related podcasts, but for some reason, I don't know, I just could never keep up, like, socially. That, and I suppose that over time my relationships with different people were on the decline as it was. But I suppose that's like a different story entirely that I could like lay out like later. I could have, but yeah, I could have been on J-Taku, with like Jimmy and stuff.
Live in, and the spectacular school you go to, all because of Magical Girls, baby. What? Other characters include Monika's wise MILF mother who likes to drink and gives Monika advice, Monika's dad who doesn't get any real screen time, so he doesn't matter, Monika's little brother who has the greatest introduction ever,
Cutest thing ever. God damn it. Totally not annoying.
so moving, Monika's teacher who's always talking about guy troubles as if anybody cares.
Admittedly, like, the teacher character, right here, the glasses, she cute. She real cute. Cute teacher.
Guy troubles as if anybody cares. Butterdick, a violin-playing pussy who always cries all the time and is the center of Sayaka's affections. Hitomi, who also loves Butterdick and is a big reason why Sayaka turned to the dark side. And Wolpertice Knight. It's fucking evil. Now you may be wondering why I'm not saying all these characters' names. Well, fuck it. I've been sitting here for hours writing this script.
Let me look at that real quick. Yep, that looks about right. That's my setup right there. Got myself what's in my DVD drive? Call of Duty 4 was in the DVD drive by the looks of it. So I got Call of Duty 4. I got Sony Vegas, like 10? Vegas Pro 10. And yeah, that's my script right there. That I did that all by myself. No, yep. Very professional. Very, very professional.
This script and recording this audio. I just want to get to the presentation aspects now. Right off the bat, Madoka Magica is pure eye candy, not just from its animation, but the aesthetics. The style is something I wasn't expecting from the show going in, but as soon as I saw the design of the first Witch's Labyrinth, I instantly adored the style it had. The character designs are also great, as each of them have pretty expressive looks that are heavily applied to each magical girl's outfit. But this anime doesn't only look great, it also sounds great.
Ooh boy, you're tempting fate, Hollow.
Memorable dubs I've ever heard, with each character sounding as believable as they can look. The music is top-notch, with the use of classical sounding melodies and some guitar usage as well.
Wow.
I love the soundtrack so much, I have it on my PC and listen to it whenever I'm in the mood. Overall, Pure Magic Madoka...
Still have it on my PC to this day. Still love the Madoka Magica soundtrack. Really fantastic. Especially if you're like, we're into like... I used to collect headphones, right? And I would use the Madoka soundtrack to like test headphones whenever I would collect one.
Magica should be an example of a modern anime gem, taking typical magical girl anime elements, flipping them on their heads, and takes a glorious, beautiful, and graceful golden shit on it, and makes the show not something to imagine, but to see. Thanks to the brilliant direction, likable and memorable characters, effective use of plot twists, and an excellent visual and audio presentation, Madoka Magica is an edge-of-your-seat experience, and one of my favorite animes of all time. I give Pure Magic Madoka Magica a Lily Sato.
Can you tell that I was really into Katawa Shoujo during this time? Like, really into Katawa Shoujo. Loved I still love Katawa Shoujo. Maybe I should play it replay it sometime. But okay, this was back when I was in the Philippines, right? When I made this review. Okay, I'm trying to remember the initial, like, scoring system, right? Oh, by any chance, do you still have contact with Goat Jesus? Been wondering where the hell he has been. Unfortunately, due to personal drama, that actually is kind of my fault. I do not have contact with Mike anymore. I don't know. The guy just decided to like focus on his life. I suppose, you know, he's. I think he's in good spirits nowadays. No, he got like married and all that to I would say a lucky guy, actually. You know, because Goat is like, you know, is gay and stuff. So, you know, dude, you know. I would say that I don't know. I suppose it was like a gradual thing. He just started like dropping people left and right, you know, just kind of getting away from everybody, you know, just kind of keeping a few people in his life. I still have his number. I think he said he would still have my number if I like, and just in case I like an emergency in my life, you know. But outside of that, we don't hang out. We don't talk anymore. You know, we decided to like leave. We decided to leave things amicably, but you know, it's kind of my fault. You know, it's definitely my fault that we just don't talk anymore. But there wasn't no fighting, no arguing, just that, you know, people just kind of drift away through time, you know. That's just it's life, you know. You know what I mean? Life just kind of gets in the way. Okay, now as for the rating system here, I'm trying to remember the initial rating system. Okay, so I would go from 1 to no. Is it 1 to 5 or no? It would be 0 to 5, right? So a 0 being the worst would be Misha. 1 would be Shizune. 2 would be Rin. 3 would be Hanako. 4 would be Emmy, because I really love Emmy's route. And Lily, of course, being my favorite, my Katawa Shoujo waifu, would be a 5. That was the initial like system I had in place at this time. Didn't really think about it too much. Just kind of did it for fun. And really, the rating here doesn't really matter anyway. I don't do ratings anymore to begin with. But I remember when I made this review, I was still in the Philippines, right? So different time zones. So when I finished it, I uploaded it, and it was basically nighttime already over there. So I went to sleep, you know. I remember, like, you know, not thinking much about this review. I posted it on the link on my anime list. My anime list, a site I don't really use anymore, but I used to use the forums like a lot during this time to like promote videos, right? So I uploaded it, promoted it on Mal, went to sleep, wake up, you know, it's like it's daytime over in the Philippines, in Asia, and I wake up and suddenly I have like 800. Like I tried to remember how many subscribers I had. I maybe had like, you know, less than 40 subscribers on my previous channel, which is where I initially uploaded it. This review, I woke up, checked my channels, checked the, you know, how the review was doing, and I suddenly had like almost 1,000 subscribers. Right? Like almost 1,000 subscribers almost. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck happened here? what is this? What is this? And so I went ahead, clicked on the video, checked the comments section on the video, and I was like, and everyone kept saying Gigguk sent me here, right? So, and I'm like, who's Gigguk, right? Because like Gigguk left, his like left comments. He probably shared it around, and I'm like, who's this Gigguk person? And of course, I looked them up, and of course, I mean, for the time anyway, I got noticed by Gigguk and Holden, for that matter. Now at the time, if I remember correctly, I probably not, because it's been so long, but back in the day, Gigguk had about, I would say, around like somewhere between 100,000 to 200,000 subscribers, maybe more or less around that ballpark. Which, I mean, getting over 100,000 subscribers like nowadays is kind of like pretty modest, today's standards, but for the anime community, like back then, he was a top player, Yeah. Reen, yeah, I mean, Reen is kind of, I used Reen because I suppose she was most reflective of my personality. So if you're wondering why I used Reen, it's because personality-wise, I related to Reen the most. But anyway, going back to the story, I kind of just, I got noticed by Gigguk and Holden, like essentially overnight, and I'm like, I forgot all the details, but I think at some point, like later on, like around the time this review, got noticed, I was able to get in contact with Gigguk and Holden, and we just added each other on Skype, So I was able to contact them on Skype and stuff. We were able to get to know each other on Skype. This is before I had a Twitter and all that. And I'm like, and I wish I had a better memory than this, but at some point we just kind of got along and became like friends, more or less, pretty much. I was all because of this review, right? This review was the initiation, I guess, not only for me getting to know these other people, but also for my YouTube anime critic run, so to speak. This is my this really did a lot for me, even though nowadays this review is terrible. This is a terrible review. I barely did a review at all. And the humor is bad. The editing is not good at all. Presentation wise, I theme it around Katawa Shoujo. I made this whole background, this whole layout myself, in Photoshop. But this review is just it's not good, but it's very distinctive for the time. And although I don't like it very much, objectively, it's important because it's what catapulted me into being able to have the run that I have, or had rather. Katawa Shoujo, I heard name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, Katawa, man, it's weird. no, like realizing that Katawa Shoujo is like 12 years old at this point. I should stream Katawa Shoujo sometime. I believe it has like an open source like remaster nowadays, like an HD remaster. Like I want to check that out. But so this is an important review. It's an important video. I kind of cringe at it, but it did a lot for me, you know? Like this review did plenty to, like, you know, launch a whatever career I had. Whatever career in quotation marks that I, you know, had on YouTube, like reviewing anime. It's all because of this darn video, and you know, Gigguk and Holden coincidentally discovering it, like out of the blue, right? They just discovered this thing like out of the blue, and somehow it just kind of fit to. It just kind of like it fit together. It just kind of worked out in the end. I just wish I had all the details like remembered in my mind, because darn it, this is such a long time ago. But anyhow, then we move on to Dog Days, the old Dog Days review here. Now, I remember like choosing my reviews, my review topics, basically out of a hat, right? Whatever I could remember, like whatever anime like popped out in my mind, I would just review, like whenever, you know. And yes, Katawa Shoujo is 12 years old. Came out, you know, 1.0 came out 2012. So it's an old visual novel. But anyhow, so coming off the Dog Days review, no, coming off the Madoka review rather, here I am reviewing Dog Days, the old Dog Days review, the initial review, this old thing that I tried to like go. I remember like being inspired, you know, to make more reviews from then on, because of Gigguk and Holden. This time, going in a more, you know, serious direction. Haven't been watching much anime on my end lately. Same here, dude. Kamen Riders have taken up your entire mind. Wow. Heard of Kamen Rider. It's tokusatsu like ish shows aren't really my thing, but I respect them. You know, they have their fan base, and I can see the appeal. You know, some of it can be pretty cool. You know, to my eyes, at least, to my uneducated eyes. But yeah, the Dog Days review, I chose Dog Days because I remember watching it, like, and I was like, okay, it's basically the same moment. It's basically the same thing. Like, okay, the analogy I'm going to use is, I did not expect to make a home run. Now that I did a home run with my Madoka review that I did not expect to make, I have to run the bases somehow. And so I chose Dog Days because, I mean, what else am I going to review? So let's go ahead. Let's start the review.
Dog Days is an unusual beast. The show was released as a part of the Spring 2011 anime lineup and was directed by Keizo Kusakawa and written by Masaki Suzuki.
So as you can see already, like, I would like try to like make the presentation a little more dynamic.
Both of whom were involved with the Mahou Shoujo Lyrical Nanaha series, with Masaki Suzuki credited as the original creator for both shows. On the surface, it seems like a show for those with a liking for kimono mimes, as it's full of them and is set in a magical fantasy world where you have some hero who's stuck in said world and has to fight the bad guys for the good guys, etc., etc.
Like, I remember, like, vaguely remember, like, getting encouraged to, like, to really up the ante as far as, like, being a critic is concerned, right? So I decided to, like, spend less time on jokes and try to really put my thinking cap on and really go for it.
With the exception of the dog and cat people that fill the world itself, it should have been same old, same old. What it ends up being is a show with a very unique concept under its belt, featuring a world that's good on the eyes, but has ultimately flawed execution when it comes to everything else. The plot is pretty simple. Dog Days is mostly centered around our protagonist named Sinkyu Izumi, a half-British boy who during the last day of middle school before summer break is transported via an interdimensional portal into the fantasy world of Flanyard. There he meets a princess named Miliore Furiano Biscotti, or Millie for short.
I probably, like, mispronounce, like, a bunch of names because I don't know these names. I swear.
Who are waging a war with the Galette Lion Army, led by Leon Michelli, Galette des Rois, or Leo. We find out that
That's probably not the pronunciation, but okay. I'm kind of cringing at this, actually.
Summons Sinkyu because of his athletic skills and offers him to become the Biscotti Republic's hero in order to turn the tides of the current battle being waged. Sinkyu agrees to become their hero, and this basically sets up the rest of the series. Sinkyu meets other characters like Ricotta Elmar, Eclair Martinozzi, Leo's little brother Gull, and among others. He also learns more about Flanyard, fights, and you know what, you get the idea. Seems pretty generic, but the show manages to throw in an effective twist. You see, the soldiers fighting in battle can't actually die on the battlefield, and instead turn into evolved forms of whatever species they are derived from, whenever they are knocked out or touched on the back. The Biscotti troops temporarily turn to dogs, while the Galette army turns to cats. You see, how this
sure.
works, and each battle is
good so far.
having announcers, a score counter, and even a big payout for the winning faction.
Right.
Which is the most interesting part. Before a battle, each person pays a participation fee. The money is then added up into a reward purse, with the winning team taking 60% of the reward, while the losing faction takes the rest. The money earned is then used to expand, pay servants, etc., etc. What makes this interesting is that these battles take economy, being that the faction that wins the most is going to have the better, more thriving economy.
What a frickin' unique, like, way of handling a war setting, right? Like, yeah, it's kind of like nobody really dies, but there's this economic element in Dog Days that I really freaking liked. I was like, wow, this is actually like a really unique setting and a really unique, like, take on, like, having two warring factions in a fantasy world. Does not matter in the plot whatsoever, right? Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter at all. And in fact, the later seasons, season 2 and 3, pretty much just drop, like, this concept entirely. So what a fumbling of such a really good idea. What a good idea.
It's a concept that keeps the show from being completely generic, but unfortunately, it's a concept that is barely explored.
Yeah, because god damn it, because it's like literally war as a sporting event, you know? War as sport. Just Dog Days. The first season has its moments, but darn, the whole Dog Days series is just one giant missed opportunity.
We never see how much losing battles can really affect anything. It all seems to be downplayed and can feel like a missed opportunity to give more depth to the world, which, speaking of depth, are what the characters lack. We don't really get much of a reason to care all that much for Sinkyu. I mean, he's stuck in a fantasy land with no viable source of communication to his world, where his friends and family don't even know his location, yet despite this, he cares more about what's happening in Flonyard than what's happening in his world, which dramatically overshadows his plight for wanting to go back, making it feel tacked on. Sure, we get some backstory where he competed in an athletic competition.
Look at this dude.
Losing, but this only served to simply give a reason why Sinkyu never gives up and all that crap we've heard a million times. Hell, it doesn't even do much to serve as a sort of reminder of Sinkyu's own humanity, that he's not perfect and will at some point fail. Our hero, ladies and gentlemen. Millie is only there to serve as the typical girly princess and love.
God, Sinkyu. Ah, Sinkyu. God damn it. What a nothing burger.
Protagonist, with the only real twist being that she's a pop singer. Yes, you heard me right. And before you ask, no, it's not a spoiler. This is something that's established early on. She spends the rest of the series doing stuff, getting kidnapped at some point, and is subjected to the cliche boy accidentally seeing girl naked routine. Cause you know, seeing 14-year-old girl.
Here's me trying to be a serious critic right now.
Hilarious. Leo is, to be honest with you, really hot.
Well, not that serious.
But aside from being the real
Still do.
she plays the role of former friend before becoming enemy, but not quite. She really isn't the antagonist of the show, which I will discuss later, and she might even be the best character, to be honest. Since when she and Millie were little, they were practically like sisters, and even now she still cares for her well-being. So we can't even find a real antagonist in her, and you even end up feeling that she's really cool. Then you have Eclair, who really just serves as the typical I will never lose to you character, who just so happens to have a hint of affection toward our protagonist. Rikota is a lolly researcher on magic who throughout the series...
So far with this review, memories are not really popping up, as far as behind the scenes sort of things. But then again, that's because this review in particular was more or less just me trying to capitalize on the unexpected success of the Monica review. Just kind of while at the same time, taking the advice that I was given and trying to see if I can, do the whole serious critic thing, which I would later refine, of course, but this is kind of me testing the waters, so to speak.
Tries to find a way to bring Sinkyu back to his world. Then Leo's brother Gall comes into the story at some point to give the impression that he's the antagonist, but then turns around and goes, nope. And really, those are the characters that are...
God damn it. Memes.
The cast just isn't very good. With the exception of Leo, the main characters are just bags of potential that end up not being completely filled, making them feel as though they are just there to do whatever they are meant to do. The rest are kind of unimportant, as you barely get to know any of them. You won't remember this guy or this chick or any of them for that matter, but there's another point.
Nope, not Avia. What a classic.
Antagonist. Even in a fantasy world where soldiers don't really die in battle, there still has to be someone to be against. But just when a potential candidate for this role comes around, they never follow through. And when the show does get real, and we do get the closest thing to an antagonist in this show, the resolve is so anticlimactic that it might as well have never happened at all.
Literally, the tone of Dog Days just shifts, right? At some point, a giant monster comes around and suddenly everything gets fucking serious for a few episodes. And then it just gets resolved and it goes back to being whatever it was before. And I'm tonal whiplash much?
Another problem with Dog Days is that it never truly knows what it wants to be. It tries to be a show that doesn't take itself seriously, but in the end, it just doesn't work. This is because the show does take itself seriously. The thing is that everything is set up in a bland manner, giving off the feeling of having no real conflict or any real stakes on the line until later, but by then, decides to end it as soon as it started. If done in another way, this could have worked. But instead, we have a show that takes everything seriously, even though it's not meant to be, but doesn't know that it isn't supposed to be, making the show unfocused. However, if I have to say anything that isn't...
I mean, that's one way to put it. You're not entirely wrong.
...completely negative about Dog Days, I do like how the battles that occur in the show are set up like a spectator sport. Not only are they fairly amusing to watch, but they also succeed at giving the battles themselves their own identity. Plus, the fights that happen outside of the battlefield can be kind of cool. Then you get to the presentation of Dog Days, and I have to say, this is where the show does get its shine. As bland as the characters can get, they do have good designs with expressive outfits. Not to mention that some of the characters do look pretty cute, with some looking downright hot. But the characters aren't the only good-looking aspects, as everything else has a bright and occasionally beautiful fantasy.
Gotta tell the truth.
Which is helped by its eye-catching use of lighting. Though I will say, come on, those are obviously chocobos, okay? Who are you kidding? It can look like pure eye candy when displaying high definition. The moment where Millie goes on stage and sings is downright gorgeous.
Well, with the
best highlights of the show.
I mean, okay, it looks alright.
Her mouths don't sync properly. Though, speaking of music, the soundtrack doesn't quite hold up as well. Sure, it isn't terrible, but it's mostly generic and entirely forgettable.
Yeah, this music is whatever. It's not, it works. It works.
The voice acting isn't too memorable either. Cute characters sound cute.
Yeah. They do indeed sound cute.
Tough characters sound tough.
Yeah. That's a tough sounding dude. Alright.
You pretty much get the drill. But still, Dog Days' presentation is probably the best part that I could talk about. And if you somehow decide that you want to watch this show, I advise watching it in HD. But in the end, Dog Days is somewhat entertaining and very pretty, but it's also bland, generic, and unfocused. It's a show that upon finishing, I never seem to remember much of, and to me is one of the weaker shows of spring 2011. That's not to say it's the worst anime I've seen in 2011. Trust me, I've seen worse.
Which I would review Itsuka Tenma. Itsuka Tenma. That show. It's on the playlist, I swear. Swear to God, I will get to it at some point.
And I guess I can recommend checking out an episode to see what you think, but ultimately, Dog Days was a show with potential that was never lived up to. Now with the second season of Dog Days coming out as a part of the summer 2012 lineup, I wonder if it'll fare any better. And yes, I will be checking it out. But until then, I give Dog Days a Shizune Hakamichi.
Wait a minute, why is Shizune a 2? I could have swore that she was a 1. Am I remembering wrong? I could have swore that Misha's a 0. Okay, I mean, that was alright, I would say. Definitely, like, not, like, up there with my better work. You know, work, or at least work that I feel comfortable, like, saying that I like. But, you could tell, like by then that I was really trying to, like, bolster my ability to, you know, be a critic. Like, taking it seriously. You know, after, like, pretty much engaging with, like, my first ever, like, friend circle. Now, Infinite Stratos is a show that it lives rent-free in my mind because it's one of those shows that has not gotten a third season, but if it ever did, I would watch it. I would watch it in a heartbeat, right? Because a part of me misses Infinite Stratos. You know, like what the fuck happened with Infinite Stratos, man? Like, I mean, I'm surprised it got a second season at all. But then again, I'm not entirely surprised it did get a second season. I mean, the first season was pretty well produced, and I guess fairly popular. You know, with the romantic comedy crowd. But let's see here, Infinite Stratos. What do I have to say about it?
You know, it's one thing to have an anime that's bad on different types of levels, whether it be a bad story, bad characters, bad presentation, bad execution, take your pick. But it's an entirely different matter when the show you're watching shamelessly throws any potential head out the window for the sake of taking the easy way out. That's what IS Infinite Stratos does, and does so without giving a damn. Adapted from the light novel by Izuru Yumizuru of the same name, IS...
I mean, I'm still keeping the Katawa Shoujo aesthetic, but you can see that I'm gradually getting away from it.
Infinite Stratos was directed by Yasuhito Kikuchi and written by Atsuhiro Tomika, and was released during the winter 2011 anime lineup, the same lineup that gave us Madoka Magica. Its setup had potential to make a pretty...
Trapped in a dating sim. Wait, is that anime? Trapped... Hold on, I'm just going to go offbeat for a bit. Trapped in a dating sim. Sounds interesting, based on the premise. Okay, I think I'm gonna check it out later. Actually, that sounds interesting.
Story, but it's ultimately dragged down by a dull, harem romantic comedy plot with stagnant direction, a moronic main character, generic quote-unquote love interests who are just there to fill the harem anime quota. All of this creates a show that's disliked by me not because of its genre, but because it doesn't seem to try to be more than it is. Like,
Infinite Stratos, man. What again, like another show with a really good premise, with a lot of potential, that it just kind of wastes because it wants to capture a very certain audience.
Infinite Stratos is set in a futuristic world where women dominate over men thanks to the emergence of a highly advanced exoskeleton technology known as IS, which only they could use and are utilized mainly for combat sport. That is until our main character, Ichika Orimura, unexpectedly manages to activate one of these advanced machines, making him the first male in the world to ever do so. He is quickly sent to IS Academy, a school for future IS pilots where he will spend the next 3 years studying, training, and fighting in order to become a skilled pilot. And since women were the only ones who could pilot ISs, it's also a school filled entirely of young women. It's here that we get introduced to the main female cast.
Nowadays, something like IS would be considered woke or something. To me, I just consider it kind of wasted.
First, we have Hoki Shonono, Ichika's childhood friend whom he hasn't seen in years, and practices kendo.
Yeah, the abridged voice with Free Dirt. I miss Free Dirt. I miss Infinite Ment myself. God.
Which she uses as a link between their friendship. Then there's Cecilia Alcott, an aristocratic girl from England who likes them biscuits and tea, who challenges Ichika to an IS duel for the class rep position after he pisses her off. Then you have Long Linian, Ichika's other childhood friend who made an important promise in the past and quickly develops a rivalry with Hoki. Then there's Charles.
Now, another thing you might notice during this time in my review cycle was there would be a standard template, right? I would introduce, the plot first, the plot summary, the premise, and then the characters, and then, etc., etc. Basically, I had a template going on, during this time.
Hey, Charles Denois, a French guy slash chick who introduces himself slash herself to the story as another male IS pilot. And lastly, you have Laura Boldewig, a genetic...
Laura Boldewig.
German super soldier who has
to
go over something that happened in the past.
I remember the frickin' English dub the English dub for Infinite Stratos literally gave like these characters accents, and they're like not very good accents, except for the Japanese, except for the Asian characters, right? Anyone who's like not an Asian character gets an accent, and it's like the kind of the worst thing ever. You know? Yeah.
Other characters like Chifuyu or Imura, Ichigo's older sister, who's a retired IS pilot who now works as a teacher and is idolized by him and Laura. Maya Yamada, Ichigo's green-haired substitute teacher who has a nice rack. And lastly, you have Tabane Shinonono, the creator of IS Technology and is Hoki's big sister. Ichigo will go on to act like a jackass, make his friends angry, only for them to turn around and forgive him.
Don't tell me it's a Rudolph von Stronheim accent. Let me try to look it up. Infinite Stratos dub. Let's see here. What we got?
Well, I think it looks real.
See, so you got Ichika. He sounds like an American.
You think so? Sure. Target locked. What looks great on her, Ichika Ohimura? Yeah, what she said. Unforgivable.
Like, I mean, what the fuck? Okay, let's rewind that. Let me raise the volume. Actually, listen to this.
Target locked. What looks great on her, Ichika Ohimura? Yeah, what she said. Unforgivable. Ichika! You won't get away. You pay. Big time.
Oh, hold on, Yatoshi! We're out of here!
Ichika? Ichika?
Okay, so basically, Laura has like a German accent going on. Charlotte sounds like a middle-aged woman with a French accent, and Cecilia, I mean, she tries to go for British accent, as you said, but
Unforgivable.
let's see, where's a better moment than this?
Well, you certainly have a lot of nerve. You're the one who entered the picture after we did. Actually, it wasn't after you. I mean, I've known him longer than you have. Don't go there because I've known him longer than you have. In fact, we're so close, Ichika's eaten at my house several times. Oh, mine too. What a coincidence. Ichika.
So as you can see, the Asian characters don't have an accent. Actually, I think this is like a good moment. It has Charlotte in it. So Charlotte, show me what you sound like.
So this is Ichika's house. Hey, Ichika? Are you the one who's doing the household chores here?
Yeah. Shifuyu's way too busy, and there was a long time she wasn't here.
Oh, I understand, of course. I'm sure Ichika is going to be a fantastic house husband. House husband!
Here.
Oh, all right. Thank you. I'm alone with Ichika.
I mean, you compare that to like a French person. Yeah, it's a French accent, all right. Just not the right voice. I mean, let's face it. Like Charlotte's supposed to sound like really peppy and young, and cute. That's just sounds like someone trying to do a French accent, and definitely doing one. All right, it's definitely an accent. I can say that much. It is the most accent I have ever heard. And the dub is pretty box standard for the most part. Outside of that, let's see. Let's continue on here.
Only for them to fall in love with him, be spied on, encounter mysterious threats, see a girl come out of the shower, pull some panties, have his life threatened, take a bath with a fully naked French chick, and all of that amazing stuff.
I mean, who wouldn't want to have a bath with a hot, naked French chick? We all wish for that dream.
What could have been a plot that used gender power struggle as a big what-if topic. Instead goes for a harem romantic comedy route. This would be fine if it was dramatic, engaging, romantic, and funny. The problem is that it's none of that. And what you get instead is a mess of overused tropes, cliches, and forced affections. And uses its setup as one big excuse to surround Ichika with pretty teenage girls. And sure, gender superiority is briefly brought up, only to be quickly tossed out the window because it would get in the way of what it wants to be. That trying to do anything else is nothing more than a hindrance. Sure, there are a few moments that break up the usual harem stuff, but they don't actually forward the plot, and in some cases are never explained or are quickly forgotten as if they never happened. That, and thanks to everything else, they can feel forced and out of place. So when a serious event does happen, it never displays any real sincerity and makes it difficult to take seriously. Hell, the plot even involves mysterious AI-controlled IS units, hinting at some sort of dark, secret conspiracy that'll threaten the lives of everybody. But who cares about that, man, okay? More boobs! It never really deviates any further than what the plot sets up, and the direction lacks a resolve.
I mean, I've kind of softened up when it comes to like fan service. I've kind of accepted it as like a generally, you know, expected thing from an anime, but you know, again, trying to be a serious critic here.
Or conclusion. You get introduced to Ichika, meet Hoki and Cecilia, have a fight go on for class rep position, the other girls show up, they all fight for him, occasionally battle mysterious IS units, and that's all you need to know, with anything else not being story-changing or important in the least. As if it's so focused on having these girls fall for this one guy, and having all these fights to the point where it forgets to set up any real story progression about halfway in, not caring about anything else. The humor can be summed up simply like this. Boy enters room, boy sees girl getting out of shower, boy freaks out, girl proceeds to beat the shit out of boy, hilarity ensues. Gee, wasn't that funny? And while there are moments that make me chuckle at times, the comedy in Infinite Stratos will mostly include misunderstandings and breasts. As for the ISs themselves, they do play a part in the plot and are used for the show's fight scenes, which do look pretty cool at times. Unfortunately,
Like Infinite Stratos, like even now, pretty good looking show, I would say. Still looks good. You know?
they are ultimately overshadowed by the show's romantic comedy elements. Plus, the fights that do happen don't always make sense. Sure, having a sparring match or a tournament is reasonable, but when you fight over who's going to be class rep, or just because Ichika didn't understand a promise you made with him, it just enters the what the fuck were they thinking level of ridiculous and ruins any immersion you might have had.
どんな意味があるってんだ。
来週のクラス対抗戦、そこで勝った方が負けた方が
These characters.
説明ってそんなことできるわけないでしょうが。
But another problem about some of the fights is that they can feel boring. It also doesn't help that the ISs feel like one big Deus Ex Machina, sporting energy shielding and special abilities so convenient that any tension you might have had is drained away. I haven't covered the characters yet, huh? The characters can be super stock, with a main female cast that ultimately feel programmed to have each
This review template is stock.
Both supporting cast can feel like they're just there, not always being involved in much. Ichika is the typical clueless male that pops up in shows of this nature. Not only is he clumsy, oblivious, forgetful, and inconsiderate, but all those traits are cranked up to 11. He also has a bit of a hero complex that's supposed to be a reason why the ladies get wet over him, but it ends up feeling tacked on considering that Ichika never changes. The character we get introduced to at the beginning is the same character at the end. When he tries to do something noble, you're supposed to feel uplifted. And when something bad happens to him, you're supposed to feel worried. But it doesn't pull through, since not only is he to begin with, but the show constantly reminds itself that it's a fan service harem anime, which can lead to moments like this. So why? Why do the main female cast want him that badly? This is when you realize that the girls at I's Academy are mindlessly attracted to Ichika just because he's a guy, while the quote-unquote love interests are bland, submissive, and don't develop past wanting to get laid by him. There's no chemistry, psychology, or mutual intimacy to be found. It's just one forced, conflictual battle royale for one boy's heart, with one submissive girl fighting another submissive girl for romance that will probably end up being as complex as a piece of paper, considering who they're fighting for. They seem like they're just programmed to like this guy, lacking personalities that would make them seem like actual human beings. Hoki's the tsundere, Huang's the girl who's just there, Cecilia is the stuck-up aristocratic stereotype, Laura is the super tough but clueless chick, and then you get the Charlotte, who seemed like she would be the character of choice.
Yeah, Charlotte, man. Charlotte. Best character in the entire anime, also the most wasted character, in my opinion, because it actually sets up a really good premise, for her, being disguised as as a boy and stuff, and then you think it would lead to a really interesting subplot, and it kind of does at first, but then you remember it's a harem anime.
She's nice, beautiful, and created the only subplot that I actually gave a damn for. Until the show decides to ditch all of that, getting rid of anything that made her character interesting to begin with, leaving her shyness towards Ichika as her only real trait. Shifuyu is tough, experienced, smart, and has a no-nonsense attitude, and will hit you on the head if you cause bullshit. Maya is a teacher, has green hair, wears glasses, and has boobs. Oh my god, I like her already. And Tabane enters the story at some point, has a childish personality, and wears bunny ears? Wow! And guess what? She also abandoned Hoki when she was younger, giving her a lonely and complicated life. Oh man, sounds like a great sister to me. And that really is all you need to know about the plot and character.
They were trying to play you till remember that fact. What do you mean? Play me.
Yep, the plot of Infinite Stratos is the worst aspect, taking opportunities to stand out and ignores them. Just when we get to learn about a different side to the characters, just when we have something that could transform the show into something more, it will crush any chance at doing any of that.
Man, I would say that I'm a little more laid back when it comes to stuff like this nowadays. I'm definitely a more laid back, a harem anime is going to be a harem anime. This is just an easy target,
The characters are a generic lot, full of shit you've probably seen before in other shows, being who they are just because they are written like that, and any potential to turn things around are tossed away by the show's direction, leaving the characters feeling robotic, which is ironic considering what the show...
Trying to play off Charlotte was a boy, making some think it was possible, till I remember it's a harem. It's one of those things where Charlotte has a really interesting subplot in that her past, her backstory is actually really interesting in that I forgot everything about it, but I remember it being the most one of the most interesting backstory in that she's basically trying to appease I think her father, right? Because her father is the head, a CEO or whatever of a company. Her disguising herself as a boy who can pilot an IS is supposed to be she's basically a PR stunt. She's a walking, talking PR stunt, and I always remembered that being a really interesting thing for a character to be, in the story, she's literally just a tool by her father or her parents or whatever, right? And that subplot doesn't go anywhere. That whole subplot of Charlotte, trying to appease, trying to help her father or her parents, company, from whatever troubles they have by being a PR stunt, by disguising herself as a boy. And being a public relations person, essentially, that part I really liked, and it just goes nowhere but at the end of it all, right? It's just dropped, which sucks because that was a really interesting. It could have gone to interesting places, I mean, it's a harem anime, so of course, primarily you got to focus on what matters in a harem anime. But the what if, it could have been very interesting. Like, I'm trying to think of where it could have gone if they kept that direction. Like maybe, like her father's like company or whatever, like, initially gets like, I'm struggling to like articulate my point, but the point is that that's like, she was literally the most interesting thing about Infinite Stratos, like up to that point. It could have led to an interesting like character development for her. Like she has to she has to juggle her two identities, her perceived identity as a boy and her real identity as a girl. I think that could have gone places that could have been like really interesting, like character wise, but it's dropped. They drop it like pretty fast, like in like a few episodes, and they just never bring it up. They don't even talk about like whatever her parents or her dad or whatever company she belongs to, like, they never speak of it again. So yeah, that's the thing that really stuck out to me, that really stung about Infinite Stratos, is the potential for Charlotte to get really interesting development in probably the most interesting subplot. But yeah, let's continue on here.
Involves. It never takes detours, it never takes risks. It sticks to what it knows and never goes far as a result. What makes it worse is that it's not about what it should have been, but rather what it could have been. Just when you think about what the story could have been, the show kicks you square in the balls with the story it does give you acting as one big fuck you. The story doesn't go anywhere, do anything, or even try. You will ask questions, you won't get answers. If you expect something, you will be disappointed. Overall, the plot self-consciously tries to avoid any further depth when it can, and not only ends up feeling stagnant, but tired and lazy. Now, with lackluster plot and characters, you would need a lackluster presentation to seal the deal. This is not the case. Actually, the presentation is a big positive when in comparison to everything else, but at the same time will leave you questioning current anime as a whole. I mean, look at this. The fight scenes can look nice with some fitting CG, albeit choppy CG, and the show's futuristic sci-fi aesthetic is fueled by the nicely detailed environments, sporting vivid color, and lighting that can really stand out at times. However, on the flip side, the designs can be a bit stock. If you have seen your share of Gundam or Code Geass, the mecha style the show employs for the ISs will look familiar, except for
sort of. I mean,
the fact that they only cover the pilot's arms and legs, revealing.
I mean, that part about the design, like only covering the arms and legs, like it's just because it's a harem anime. The exoskeleton like designs, I think are they're fine.
The head and torso. Plus, since IS Academy is comprised mostly of females, they decided to have them all wear skin tight.
If anything, like some of them can look, some of it can be like pretty. I like that it's like each design is very distinctive for like each character.
Leotards as a way to show off their features, if you know what I mean, and to make cheap gags. The characters are also nothing to write home about. Most of the time, they wear their school uniforms, which don't really stray too far from Futuristic Academy Uniform 101, and when they don't wear them, it's either a t-shirt, a sweatsuit, Japanese robes, or nothing at all. But even so, Infinite Stratos is a fairly good-looking anime overall. Then you get to the audio presentation, and this is when I go, wow! Holy shit!
The music in Infinite Stratos, holy shit.
The soundtrack for the show is some damn good stuff, with plenty of variety. And although you won't realize this when there's dialogue and action, when listening to the tracks themselves, you will be stunned as to how such a soundtrack can ever end up in a show this stale. The tracks can range from energetic and bold, calm and relaxing, tranquil and entrancing, upbeat and lively, slow and somber, and just downright epic. Oh my god, when I heard these tracks, I was floored. Not just because a score like this can make you feel like a badass, but that a score that can make you feel like a badass ended up in a show that isn't badass in the least. Now, the acting isn't fantastic per se, but I guess the actors were...
Here I am trying to judge Japanese voice acting without knowing Japanese, but, you know, some of it... Let's just say that, you know, in this case, you even if you don't know the language, you can tell when a performance is especially good when it crosses the sound, not sound barrier, the language barrier, and really strikes you in the emotions, like, directly, even if you don't know what they're saying.
We're trying to make the most out of the roles they're given, even if the characters they're voicing aren't very good. Now, I'm not confident in my ability to judge Japanese voice acting since I don't speak the language myself, but I can't say that it isn't terrible. I guess, maybe, but yeah, the presentation is the best part about Infinite Stratos, with above average visual and sound design. And while some designs leave you open for something more, it doesn't detract from what is an otherwise good-looking and sounding anime. Unfortunately, this doesn't do much to alleviate any of the faults. It just means that the show does a good job at presenting how bad it can be. I mean, the show doesn't have the production value of a Madoka Magica or a Fate Zero, but still, effort was put into this.
Yep.
Imagine the man-hours needed to craft each scene, to compose each track, only to end up in a shallow mess. Why is being subpar suddenly justified if the presentation is good? It's too good for an anime like this, being all the more flabbergasting considering that even a show like this can have such things. You know, it's a bad thing to have a show.
You tell him, Reen.
Being
Good
doomed
lord.
from the very start. But Infinite Stratos wasn't that kind of show. It's a show that had plenty of possibilities to be something different. And while that doesn't mean it would have been great, at least it would have been refreshing in some way. It did not do this, taking the easy route by using its premise as a cheap ploy to create a been-there-done-that harem that just so happens to have robots in it, sporting an above-average presentation that ends up feeling wasted. Almost all the characters can range from being bland to unlikable, actual romance is non-existent, the comedy is cheap and lackluster, the fights are unexciting, and anything interesting has potential sucked out of it, with potential being the key word here. It's the type of show I despise the most. It's a show that takes anything it could have used to be intriguing and throws them away like garbage for the sake of having a half-cooked plot, shameless TNA, and wasted opportunities, leaving only the potential of insulting your intelligence.
God, what a stick in the mud.
Anything like this show.
Good lord.
Surprising. And if it
Believe it or not, the light novels for the Infinite Strato, the light novels, kind of different compared to the anime. I don't know what happened during like the adaptation process, but the light novels, I have not read them, but I have like read, you know, summaries here and there of the Infinite Stratos light novels, and they tell an almost not like a completely like different story, but a story that for some reason they changed in the anime, right? I don't remember, like, you know, some of the things I've read about the Infinite Stratos light novels, but I just know that, like, they changed, like, quite a bit when adapting it, like, into an anime. So, just gonna lay that out there. So the light novels are a little bit different.
If it was adapted just for the sake of having merchandise, then there. It's a show. It exists. There must be some sort of merchandise to buy. Absolutely great. Congratulations. You are winner. But still, this isn't the worst anime I've seen, as there is a show that's just a bit worse. But even then, IS Ignistratos is a show that I can't stand and don't recommend. If you want to experience the best part of the show,
I don't know.
soundtrack somewhere. But otherwise, I say don't check it out. You'll end up wasting your time doing so. I give IS Ignistratos a 1.5 out of 5.
Oh, well, you're doing 1.5, 1.5s now? What the fuck? Okay. Even after all of what I just said there, like past me said, I mean, I would still watch a third season of Infinite Stratos. Or a reboot of Infinite Stratos, right? I would totally, like, tune in. Because a part of me actually misses Infinite Stratos. For some reason. Can't put my finger on it. But, you know, I don't know. For some reason, Infinite Stratos, despite how much I don't like it, I miss it. I guess it just reminds me of a better time in my life. As for Free Dirt, here you go.
Penis! My name's Frieder. I enjoy cream puffs in my earlobe.
I love Free Dirt.
There's this huge piece of metal shoved inside of my vagina. My clitoris twitches when you light it on fire.
Good shit. Runaway Tourist, unfortunately, I don't know, he's gone through a lot of shit, like, over the years. If I remember correctly, he has, like, heart problems, right? Runaway Tourist? Like, he has, like, severe, like, heart issues in his life. So, oh, that's terrible, man. One of my biggest fears is, like, having a heart problem, right? I would not wish like a heart disease on anybody. Good Lord. A Runaway Tourist, let's see. Let me go on Twitter, or no. Maybe I should, let me check it out. He has a Twitter. I can, like, check real quick. See if he's tweeted anything. Runaway Tourist. He's okay, he's played Elden Ring. He's been playing the Elden Ring DLC lately. Alright. So yeah, let's see. But yeah, he seems to have like heart disease issues, or basically a bad heart. So hopefully he doesn't die. You know what I mean? I hope that I wish him like the best possible health he can have. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Fate Stay Night. Fate 2006. Boy. A review that I made, that I then would go on to make a review of the visual novel and acknowledge this review and say, oh my god, this review kind of sucks. This review kind of sucks. I don't like this review. But then again, that's because I didn't know anything about Fate Stay Night in the broader terms, right? So, Fate Stay Night 2006 review. I remember. What do I remember? I remember like coming off the heels of watching it like years back. I remember that it was. I know. Wait, this is actually a suggestion, like a partial suggestion. Not necessarily from. Okay, not really a suggestion, but more of a nudge from Giga and Company to like, hey, yeah, you should maybe review it, you know. And I decided, okay, I'm gonna make this my next review, I guess. So I decided to like make this whole review without like rewatching the show, right? I didn't rewatch the show when making this review. I just kind of did all of this by memory, essentially. So yeah, here's my Fate Stay Night 2006 review that I made purely by memory and without reading the visual novels. I had no idea. Actually, I don't even think. No, I had no idea that Fate Stay Night was even a visual novel at the time. So, let alone have read it. So I basically went into this review like just based on the 2006 anime alone. And as you can see, I've gone away from the Katawa Shoujo aesthetic and started transitioning into something more solidified. Kenji Kawai's music, though, I love it. I love the soundtrack.
If you're a human being, you may or may not have seen the saying at one point in your life. People die if they are killed. It's a saying that understands the world around us, giving us strength to live our lives without regret. Known to all as one of the most well-regarded quotes of all time. But no one knows its exact origin. People say it comes from beyond our world, others say it comes from our very souls, while others say it's a mistranslation from a fan sub. Whatever the case may be, it is a quote to be associated with the anime I'm about to review, Fate Stay Night. Fate Stay Night is a 2006 adaptation of a Titan visual novel of the same name, and was directed by Yuji Yamaguchi and written by Mario Okada. Well,
there we go. Right off the bat, we got our biggest, probably one of the biggest mistakes of the review. Mari Okada did not write the script she was not even involved with this anime. Let me look at Mari Okada's work, because she was not involved with Fate Stay Night. Wait a minute, no, she was. She wrote like a handful of episodes. But she didn't write, she wasn't like the one who wrote like the general, you know, script. She wasn't like the main like writer for the show, right? Let me look it up real quick. Who was the Takuya Sato is the script script is responsible for script composition overall. Mari Okada is listed as writing for episodes 4, 9, 12, 16, 20, and 24. But she is not the main writer for the show. I made an oopsie early on and didn't even realize it.
Also wrote shows like Kodomo no Jiken, Oro Musako, and last but certainly not least, Anohana. But the question is, does the Fate Stay Night anime end up
Anohana. I need to rewatch that anime.
delivering even after all these years? Sit back, relax, and try not to die while being killed as I review Fate Stay Night. Adapted for one of the 3 storylines in the original visual novel, Fate Stay Night is mainly centered around our protagonist, Shiro Emiya. A good-spirited high school student with a bit of a magical secret, tries to do the right thing whenever he can, being good after his late adopted father inspired him to be. He goes to school, is friend with a cute girl, Sakura Mato, is looked after by his guardian/English teacher, Taiga Fujimura, does favors for the student body president who has a dislike for the school's model student, Green Tosaka, fills in for other people's jobs when they're away, fixes things, etc. A nice young man, and besides the magic, life seemed to be quite normal for him. That is until a string of mysterious deaths start occurring around the city, and it's here where things take a twist. One day, Shiro witnesses a battle where he is seen and given chase. He ends up being fatally wounded and was left to die. That is until Rin comes and uses a gem to heal his injuries, later waking up in confusion. He had some...
Okay, I'm going to... God, a part of me who's... the part of me who has, like, read the visual novel since then, and is, like, a fucking fan of this goddamn material, is kind of going, I don't know if you should watch this.
soon after, wondering about what had taken place. But it isn't long before the man that tried to kill him comes back to finish the job. But events turn as he unconsciously summons a mysterious, awe-inspiring woman in armor who introduces herself as Saber and that she is his servant. She fends off the spear-wielding man, who retreats after his identity is revealed. After an encounter with Rin and her servant, Archer, he's led to Kotamine Church where he meets Kira Kotamine, Rin's guardian who's revealed to be in charge of overlooking a magical war called the Holy Grail War. An event where 7 masters who serve and fight each other to see who will win the Holy Grail, in order to have one wish granted to them, whatever it may be. Each master has a servant belonging to one of 7 classes. Those classes are Saber, Archer, Caster, Berserker, Lancer, Rider, and Assassin, with each class having their own skills and special abilities called Noble Phantasms. Basically, it's like Pokemon with more bloodshed and no monsters.
That's... I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. That's like oversimplifying the premise of Fate Stay Night, but sure. It's almost like Pokemon.
Shiro is hesitant at first, but after realizing the potential the Grail possesses if put in the wrong hands, he accepts, wanting to put an end to the conflict at hand. Now given his servant, Shiro is locked in a deadly spiral of dog eat dog. There will be fighting, there will be blood. He'll gain an ally, but make plenty of enemies, and death will follow in his wake. But in this conflict, little does anyone know that not everything is as it seems, as there is something afoot behind the scenes. Let the Holy Grail War begin. I found the story to be an engaging affair to an extent, a supposedly dark-toned show with an interesting idea, filled with enough twists and turns to make it a compelling experience. Each encounter with a serious problem after another was consuming to watch.
Let's see here.
How's Shiro's encounter with Rider gonna end? Will they be able to save everyone in the school from having their life force drained? Will his 2 succeed at materializing the Grail? Who is this guy and how is he so powerful? I was hooked with each one, even adding a hint of mystery just for kicks. But this isn't all the show does, and when you get to the other...
Oh yeah, fun fact about like these early reviews here, you know, if it sounds like I'm talking really quickly, I'm actually not talking very quickly. I'm talking normally, but then I speed up the dialogue in post. I increased the tempo in Audacity. So I just remembered that little tidbit.
Other elements of Fate Stay Night? This is where the problems start to pile up. One of them being the overall direction. How can't decide between one or the other. It can't decide on whether it wants to be a serious anime filled with murder, blood, mystery, or if it wants to be an action anime with a bit of ecchi, slice of life, and comedy.
Here's me again, like the part of me that back then that was trying to be a serious critic, like showing up, and of course not realizing that, you know, these kind of elements were in the visual novel. And in a way, I suppose like Studio Dean were trying to like, because they clearly had like reverence for the original source material, right? They were just trying to do the best they could with like whatever it is, with whatever like direction they were trying to go for. But that's again, the production of Fate 2006 is still a mystery.
Its lighthearted elements clash with its otherwise dark setting, making things unfocused to the point where it even manages to get in the way of the story.
Which, by the way, the whole tonal, like, whiplash thing that I'm talking about here, this complaint, partially because of it being an anime and not being able to, like, flesh it out through dialogue or inner monologues or, you know, flavor text, right? Like, again, like, the visual novel is able to, like, juggle these elements a lot better compared to 2006.
Not helped by the fact that a few of our characters are still high schoolers who, even in an event that involves life or death, still go to school.
Which again, like, they were trying to mix, like, all three routes together, and them, like, still going to school is actually, like, partially because of that decision.
Wow, seeing the everyday activities of our characters on a nice sunny day, complete with wacky interactions, fan service, this is almost like a slice of life. During a supernatural fantasy version of Battle Royale. That's not to say that it fails to be funny and highly entertaining. If anything, both sides succeed at their mission, being engaging and fun by themselves. But considering that it takes 4 episodes to truly get going, they feel like they belong to 2 different shows. There's a difference between breathing levity to a story and flat out changing directions constantly, and in this case it has the problem of doing the latter work and go from this to this on a regular basis.
Yep, lots of crazy things keep happening around here.
Then there's the fights, which have charm thanks to its big war between Legends concept, but don't have the scale, tension, or danger as one would expect. No real sense of awe. Yeah, there's blood, and the characters come close to death on more than one occasion, but you know with Shiro's constant babble about not giving up, everything is going to be okay. I need to talk about the characters, huh?
Ah, the characters. The best part about Fate Stay Night that unfortunately is actually kind of compromised because a lot of the characterization is done through inner monologues and you know, extended prose and all that, you know, to really, like, detail each character.
From the selfish Shiro to the semi-twisted Ilias field, the cast of Fate Stay Night are a colorful lot, but with the exception of Saber, they don't have much when it comes to depth. It's Spark to be the best guy ever by his late adopted father who saved his life after a big disaster 10 years prior and taught him little magic. Shiro tries to be in the right and is pretty brave, and when he needs to fight, he fights because he wants to prevent further conflict instead of selfish reasons like the others. And that's really all he has going for him. Being the good guy in a bad situation. Complete with his I will never give up attitude, it ends up depriving him of dimension. He never truly doubts his beliefs, nor is it ever explored. It's just, hey, my dad told me to be good, so I'll be good. Essentially staying the same from beginning to end. You know this guy's gonna be the same no matter what. Man, he's so bland. He makes a whiteboard look complex.
You can tell I never read the visual novel, because Shiro is actually one of the most interesting protagonists I have ever fucking read in anything. But you would only know that if you read the novel, unfortunately. And let's face it, like 2006, Fate 2006 is not the only one. Almost every anime adaptation of Fate Stay Night has never been able to truly capture what Shiro is truly like as a character due to the limitations of the anime medium, in that it has to keep moving. It cannot, like, stay in one place for too long. It has to move on. You can't, like, have too many inner monologues and paragraphs upon paragraphs, pages upon pages of character defining, like, text. God, this sucks, man. This is painful.
Thankfully, Rin and Saber hold up better, featuring more flexible personalities and traits that make them more compelling compared to Shiro. Though Rin is kind of serious about the war, understanding the severity of the conflict and even goes as far as to fight Shiro at one point, at the same time she isn't brutal like some of the other masters, further humanized by her emotions and bravery to risk her life when need be. She's capable but isn't invincible, sometimes reliant on the others to get her out of a jam. She's also quite responsive towards the things Shiro tries to do, whether it be going into a fight or other ideas he may have. Then you have the tough mother herself. Saber is Shiro's servant, and quite a powerful one at that. She starts off as being emotionally suppressed and no-nonsense to focus on keeping Shiro alive in the war just to gain the Holy Grail and not much else. Warrior first, person never. But she warms up as the show goes on. She can turn her weapon invisible thanks to her invisible air double phantasm, with the strongest being Excalibur. Yes, Saber is this universe's King Arthur, and it's shown that she wants to rule her land as best she can, with the end result being rather destructive and wishes for someone else to be king instead of her.
Okay, another thing that I kind of regret being is... No. It's not that I regret, like, being some reviewer who is, like, willing to spoil for people who have never watched, like, the anime that I talk about. but it's more like if I was smarter, if I was more articulate back then, I could have gone on the anime essay train like early and like done something like that like before it became cool to do, you know?
Her. Unlike Shiro, whose ideals always work out, hers have turned against her. Being a fair but near emotionless king, and a fierce warrior who knew a lot about war, but not enough about people. And she paid the price because of it and wants to change it. This is what gives her a
Sure.
see the cost of her convictions, and that Shiro can end up experiencing the same thing.
Yeah.
Sure, this isn't something that's actually brought up, but it's there, even if it never ends up happening. The both
Yeah, the visual novel does a better job.
of them are much more interesting.
Yeah. I'm not going to spoil Fate Stay Night right now.
Having something to them that keeps you from being stuck as hell. That is until you come across the show's other problem. The shifting direction also plays with their characters. Given the chance, Fate Stay Night doesn't pass up any opportunity to have a penny flash gag, go for a cheap, oh my gosh, he's naked moment, or has them do fuck all in order to get a laugh. But where it can feel a bit forced for Rin, this totally doesn't work well for Saber. Yes, I know the visual novel can double as being a Bishoujo, but she's a tragic figure, raised to do great things only to come to a horrible end. When the show treats her in a fashion such as this, it makes you go, why? Then there's the supporting cast, who do their job in populating the show, whether it would be friend, foe, or someone who just has something hidden within. If I were to say anything about these characters, it would be that not everyone gets the same treatment. Not being involved enough to be impactful, having a short amount of screen time before we can know them more, or in the case of Sakura, having a major impact in a different storyline. The only real exceptions are Elias Veal and her servant Berserker, Kirei, and this dude. Mainly because they either have the most presence or are essential to the story and its numerous twists and turns. This is understandable, considering that this is an adaptation of something that probably has a crap ton of story and dialogue.
Boy, does it have a crap ton of story and dialogue, and it's all pretty good. Great, even. But you wouldn't have known that back then, now would you, old Hollow?
Overall, the plot and characters is a mixed bag. The plot is an interesting one, and as a thriller, it hits the places that matter. However, it's also hurt by a constantly shifting direction that adds slice of life, bishoujo, and comedy elements, which does succeed at being funny, but have compatibility issues with its more serious elements and get in the way of story progression. I'm sure the visual novel is better at telling its story than this, but on its own merits, it could have been better. These aren't CGs or sprites, these are characters walking across a space, and what we get isn't bad. It's far from insulting, you can be entertained by this, but it also falls short. Speaking of CG, sprites, and walking, animated by Studio D, Fate Stay Night's visual presentation is slightly above average overall. However,
Slightly above average overall, as opposed to being Studio Dean. Yeah, I was not very good at judging like visual presentations and all that, or at least not experienced enough with like having a frame of reference for what looks like really good back then and what, you know, looks bad compared to now. Fate 2006 is a real mixed bag when it comes to its visuals, actually. Above average is not what I would use to describe Fate 2006's presentation.
there are a few kinks, and when I say kinks, I mean kinks and a dragon. I'll get to that.
Oh, yeah.
The atmosphere of the source material fairly well for the most part. Also, unlike a previous adaptation of a certain Type Moon property, the characters stick close to Takashi.
Yeesh.
That.
Oof.
My only real gripes with the use of this odd.
Fun fact, I didn't know anything about Tsukihime, nor did I watch the Tsukihime anime. All I knew is that people didn't like it. And so I made the joke just because I heard people just don't like it.
A light effect and some of the bloom. The light effect appears in a lot of the scenes, especially in Night Wars the most noticeable. What's up with that anyway? If it's supposed to complement the show's visual style, it just ends up being kind of distracting. Then you get to the bloom.
It's not that distracting. It's a style.
Bloom, which is prone to be overdone at times. The animation can be decent when lots of motion is required. Even if the fights do leave much to be desired, at least it all looks fluid enough so that they're visually engaging.
You don't know anything about Fate Stay Night? Well, dude, welcome to my channel where I'm best known for my Fate content. So welcome aboard. Hopefully you can like hopefully like when the remaster for Fate Stay Night officially comes out in English, you could maybe take the time to check that out. Assuming it's not like too expensive, of course. Like I'm willing to get it, but I wonder how much it'll cost at launch.
That is when they are in motion and not just having inner monologues and flashbacks. When things quiet down, however, so does the animation quality. Sure, not to the point where it's god-awful, but when Saber eating a bowl of rice is the most fluid piece of animation in a scene, you're left questioning priorities. But then there's the one thing Fate Stay Night uses very little of, but when it is used, the results are quite mind-blowing. Case in point, are you ready for it? This is the greatest eye cancer-inducing piece of digital wizardry that you'll ever see. Here it comes.
Oh, look at that piece of shit.
And there goes the budget, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm not sure whose bright idea was to employ a badly modeled, textured, animated, and lit dragon, but if this is supposed to be a replacement for the visual novel's threesome scene, why fit?
Again, like, I'm referencing stuff from the visual novel I have no idea about, but I've read somewhere, and just go forward with it as a joke.
It doesn't even fit well. It sticks out like a Left 4 Dead boomer in a room full of kids with its lame lighting scheme and look. This is PS1 cutscene quality stuff. If I'm supposed to react to Shiro getting his arm bitten off, sorry, I just can't help it if my mind is overloading with different responses at once. Either Studio didn't use this thing instead of a 2D dragon because they couldn't spend the time and money animating it, or they thought this sounded really hip and cute. Either way, there's using CG to give visuals extra zing or take the place of a 2D asset, potentially saving time and maybe even money. And then there's this, which just ends up creating a large stream of internal lulls. Still, excluding that well-rendered piece of digital artistry, I like the design, the animation has fluidity at times, and while there's a snack here and there, it's still above average. It won't cure eye cancer, but it won't cause it.
I mean, aside from the dragon's terrible. Again, Fate Stay Night 2006 wasn't even that good looking of an anime even back in 2006. I mean, you have like anime like Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex that are released like years prior, and it runs circles around this, right? But it's true that it's not the most of like sensory offensive like thing you can watch, like even like back in the day. It's just a really average looking show for a source material that is so far beyond average, you know. Again, something that Ufotable. I'm glad we have Ufotables like adaptations, even if I still wish they would adapt the damn Fate route again. Adapt the Fate route, Ufotable. What the fuck?
If you ignore that fucking dragon, that is. Now for the audio presentation, I'll just say this here and now. I've only watched the English dub. What the fuck?
Even to this day, believe it or not, I've only watched the English dub of Fate 2006. I'm going to admit that right now. I don't know. For some reason, I just could never rewatch Fate 2006 completely. Let alone in Japanese, for some reason. I don't know. I just don't have interest in Fate 2006. I've watched like the other Fate animes in Japanese, but not Fate 2006 for whatever reason.
So judgment of the Japanese dub is out of the question. How's the English dub? It's not bad. Yeah, that's not to say it's great, but it isn't brain-fuckingly bad.
Some of it is actually some of it is actually kind of really good. Actually, especially Mellow Lee. I like Mellow Lee's like performance in this anime. Even compared to her later like appearances as Reen in like the Ufotable like adaptations, I think her performance here compared to that like stands out surprisingly well. In that she gives like Reen like she has the feistiness and the energy and, you know, some of the wit, but also has like a sort of softness to her performance that is kind of missing from the from her later like basically, there's a reason why Mela Lee is still voicing Reen even now. She's pretty good in this.
Mela Lee takes command with Reen's smart, serious, but occasionally puffy personality. Liam O'Brien's breezy voice captures Archer's calm and cynical character. Kirk Thornton provides a deep-sounding Key-Ray, so on and so forth. But the performances pale in comparison to Jennifer Sakaguchi's Heliosfield, who seemed to know the role well enough to give the character her also cute but also twisted personality.
Again, like, she great job. Actually, I agree.
Higgins brings it
And then you have freaking Kate Higgins like knocking it out of the park once and never voicing this character again. I am shocked that Kate Higgins has never voiced Saber after this, because I've demonstrated on Twitter and in later and like in my freaking Fate 2006 years later retrospective video that Kate Higgins Saber is like underrated. Like she is so fucking good as Saber. Like not just like she is literally like the perfect translation of Ayako Kawasumi. Going from Japanese to English, she's perfect. She's dead on perfect in this role, and she's never voiced her again. So, wow. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about here. I clearly didn't appreciate her performance like enough back then, but I appreciate it now.
Table performance that gives off the serious, focused, but also soft and graceful elements of Saber's character. Being a tough warrior who can show her calm side, which she succeeds at carrying through her voice. The only actor I did have a real problem with was Sam Riegel as Shiro.
Sam Riegel Shiro is fine. It's okay.
Having as much range as a rubber band. Whenever his performance started to gain length, it would reel right back as soon as it's let go. He seems to always sound
I actually prefer Sam Riegel over Bryce Papenbrook.
flat, even when high amounts of emotion is required. When he's concerned, it's pretty weak. When he's supposed to be angry, it sounds like irritation, and when he's in a lot of pain, it isn't very convincing. He sounds limited, and while the occasional spark does occur, it can be pretty minor. The music for Fate Stay Night is of wide variety, including calm, eerie, symphonic, and happy-go-lucky pieces, as well as epic orchestral pieces that try to complement the show's epic fights. Not fantastic, but nice. However, when
No, the music is fantastic. Keiji Kawai, remember? Legend. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about.
mode, it tends to slide into generic territory. Not to say they're bad, rather that certain ones, quite frankly, sound like they came from a generic B-shoujo visual novel. Take a
I'm gonna let that slide.
listen while I display footage from this totally average visual novel that totally has nothing messed up in it, as an example. Totally fits, right? Your eyes won't bleed unless you look at that dragon, nor your ears bleed unless you're a subs over dubs person. In which case, go see the Japanese dub when you decide to watch. Despite its efforts, the 2006 adaptation of Fate Stay Night is a case where I'm torn on whether it's a good show to recommend, or if it's okay, but nothing you'll yap to your friends about. On its own merits, the show does warrant to watch, but don't expect to have your mind blown, especially since its later produced prequel, Fate Zero, has received very high praises. Fate Stay Night is a decent show that passes in certain areas, but has shortcomings along the way. It's passable, a recommendable anime to a degree. It won't give you that devoid feeling you get when something you loved ends, but you'll at least get the thought, well, that was good. What else is there to watch? What else is there to watch? Bottom line, it's an anime I recommend, but not one that's truly exceptional. And for that, I give Fate Stay Night a 3 out of 5.
Yeah, I just dropped the whole like Katawa Shoujo Girl thing entirely, but that review, huh? That was certainly a review. That was like okay.
That utopia. The one she
Oh, what's this? Ah, I made a joke at the end there. Okay, cool. Anyway, Fate 2006. I would still agree that it's a 3 out of 5 show. but there are some things that I respect a little bit more. Again, like, I've read the visual novel. It pays reverence to the visual novel at key points when it can. It's just let down by some of the direction decisions that it took, like trying to mix all three routes in one storyline. It just doesn't really work very well in the broader scheme of things. And also, it doesn't look all that good. You know, and of course, being an anime, it cannot flesh things out like a visual novel can. So it's a 3 out of 5 show for sure, but it's the first Fate anime. It tried. I'm just gonna say that it tried. It really did try, and you know what? I respect that it tried. Which is more than you could say for a lot of like visual novel to anime adaptations in the broader history of things. And then we get to actually what is probably one of my least favorite like works here. My old school days review. Actually, hold on, before we move on, I want to see what would be a good endpoint here. Tell you what, when we get to Itsuka Tenma no Koro Usagi, I'm gonna get to Itsuka Tenma. I'm gonna make Itsuka Tenma the last review we check out, because it's pretty much the show that up to this point I would allude to as being my least favorite anime of all time, which it still is. It's still the worst piece of shit I've ever fucking seen in my in terms of anime. Like, Itsuka Tenma no Koro Usagi is freaking horrible, but I'm not going to talk about it until I get there, right? Until we get there, let's go move on to my old. I did a re-review of School Days for a reason, folks, because this review sucks ass.
Warning. If you have not seen whatever it is that I'm reviewing, this video may contain spoilers of key events. You'll have to consider this before watching the rest of the review. You have been warned.
A review so bad I reviewed this show twice.
There are things that are liked or hated for different reasons. That's common knowledge, it's a given. But then there are things that are seemingly hated for the same reason. One or multiple points that are brought up as fast and furious as this guy's dancing. There's always going to be this stigma that School Days is a crappy, shitty anime that sucks because the characters suck and other things about it suck, which is then followed by contemporary rage. Let's be real.
Okay, so I remember the direction I tried going in was I liked School Days to an extent. Here's me trying to defend it.
Folks, the hatred for School Days is about as subtle as this man's love for My Little Pony, and is trash for reasons that are valid and in some sense I do agree on. Now, I would trash the show like every other person out there, if only I could. Now, I face a dilemma. I'm going to say it here now that I'm neutral towards School Days. I don't love it or hate it. No matter what, I can never pick a side when it comes to this anime. Like there's something more lurking, like a dangerous sea monster that wants me to play Invisible War.
Terrorism.
Should I go with the flow and claim that this is the worst possible thing? Or should I express my honest opinion? Sit back, set the terror mode to red, launch Invisible War, and prepare to ride the nice boat as I review School Days.
Terrorism.
School Days was adapted from the Arrow game of the same name, and was directed by Keitaro Motonaga and written by Makoto Uezu. The plot is pretty simple. Our main guy, Makoto Ito, is in love with Konoha Katsura, a rich but shy girl who rides in the same train as him and wants to gain her affections. At the same time, you have Sekai Sayonji, another girl who helps Makoto get the girl. He screws up at first, thanks to what is probably the worst dating book ever, only to get rid of it, and after doing stuff, bam! He gets the girl and everyone lives happily ever after. And here's when people start to have huge problems with this show. It's by this point that Makoto realizes that Konoha has no interest in having actual sex, and suddenly turns around to cheat with Sekai and other girls. turning into a massive playboy almost completely overnight. This causes plenty of drama all around, gives Kotonoha slowly building psychological damage, gets Sekai pregnant, and makes Makoto's once clueless anime dumbass / good guy personality and affections go bye-bye, turning into a person with almost no likability. What started as a formulaic anime about as interesting as an episode Nekogami Yaoyorozu, which is to say barely interesting, transforms into something else. A show where the main character indulges in his sexual fantasies, leaving behind any sense of real love or care, all the while the main shy girl is neglected and eventually breaks. And it goes on until the end, where shit completely hits the fan. Even if you take the little bits into consideration, the plot will be a convoluted mess. Yeah, there's the ending, but while it tried to be a dark take on high school anime, its execution will leave much to be desired unless you do a little bit of interpretation. I'll get to that. The characters aren't exactly well developed and don't tend to have clear motivations besides, I want to have sex! In other words, they're about as likable as a rock and as memorable as Ozma. Though the real meat comes from Makoto, and while he is what people says he is, and that he isn't self-aware of what he's truly doing, even before he shifts, his likability is that of yet another idiotic, perverted high school anime protagonist. And when he does, he turns into a complete prick, albeit one with subtle remorse, but not enough to make him less of a prick. So yes, I'm aware that the surface can be seen as unlikable or even vile depending on how you look at it, but I just can't get in the same frame of mind as others have, mainly because of a few things. Here's where
And what would that be, old me?
my real thoughts on School Days lies. We can talk about the plot and characters and how you don't like either aspects, but it's the question of why that's written on the show's support beam that I can't shake off. The way I see it, what School Days tried to go for was a story revolving around the themes of sexuality, selfishness, and betrayal. The direction of the character piece about one's sexual desire to cause affections, how it grows and grows, explodes, but eventually dies down when he comes to realize the damage when it's too late. At least it's what I think it tried to be. He's already perverted to begin with, but with certain conversations, with each kiss, with each encounter with others, and how Kotonoha is affected in parallel to his growing desire and disregard for others, this scratches the bone of it. There's build up to why Makoto takes a sharp turn, and the show tried to take a direction where this was attempted in a way that's interwoven with one element after another. Not an easy feat to begin with, but it wanted to do that. So yeah, a story
boy.
balance between a boy's sexual desire and his perception of love.
Okay, where are you going
That
with
sounds
this?
like a great and refreshing premise for a genre already filled with a lot of sexual themes. Could have been a deconstruction if it played its cards right. If only it were that easy. Thing is, I came to that thanks to this. There are more pressing matters than the plot or characters. School
Why, you said deconstruction, but you're saying it's not a deconstruction? Where are you going with this then?
Day seems to push its ideas forward without consideration, and the logic is meant to serve the ideas instead of providing meaningful characterization, plot development, and chemistry to its attempts at drama. Right from the get-go, School Days wanted to make a dark and mature version of its peers, or to build up to the big revelation of what the show really was. But it goes about it in a way that's melodramatic at best and pretentious at worst. It's the ideas of what makes something dramatic that isn't fully realized, and that it throws obstacles at every chance in the hopes of being emotionally gripping. Is a character a pervert? Amplify that quality. Have a love triangle? Make Sekai a treacherous backstabber who succeeds. What about Kotonoha? Have her be neglected so the audience will care. Want to show off Makoto's sexuality? Have her become a playboy who gets all the honeys. Kotonoha is still in the plot? Create cheap shock value by having her be the subject of implied rape. Is she still sticking around? Break her mind so viewers can care for her more, I don't know. We need more drama! Make Sekai pregnant. We need an emotional scene. Have Makoto realize his wrongdoings by seeing a mentally broken Kotonoha. We need more drama! Here's some more drama! And that's School Days' formula of how it goes about its story in a nutshell. It has a running faucet of ideas that tend to give depth, but give off the see I can be deep too vibe instead, running wild with each scenario being quote-unquote different, but it fails to realize that it's being cheaply executed, which affects another aspect within the show's root. The logic.
Okay, I still don't get what you're going for. This sounds like a really... I don't know, Hollow. This sounds like a really, like, bombastic, like, way of going about a romance anime. Where are you going with this? I mean, you just fucking mentioned that one of the characters gets implied dogged on, because I say that because YouTube hates the real word that I'm trying to replace. But what?
How the plot and characters will turn out. Why this happens, why he or she acts this way, how this can work, how that can work, etc. The logic of School Days, however, is meant to benefit the ideas and not so much give us a believable experience.
What ideas?
Typical complaints about School Days tend to be, the characters are not good, Makoto's a total prick, the girls are just sex objects to him. I am pissed, all the while I'm thinking, why does the story shift the way it does? Why is Makoto like this? Why are the girls like this? Why doesn't this or that happen? A lot of it is expectations that the show should follow common sense, that real-world value should be applied, only for it to miss the mark.
Huh? What?
Follow the logic you see.
What?
chaotic male, the shy, timid girl, the tomboyish girl with feelings, the tsundere, so on and so forth. It has its own logic, and it features giant gaping holes you have to be completely filled.
What? Wait, what? Where are you going with this?
Subjectivity from its orifices. Why Makoto acts the way he does, why Kotonoha is so prone to madness, why all the girls fall for him, why Sekai decides to go all the way to murder and so on, can almost always be answered with, because that just had to turn out this way. This isn't really a good thing. What this means is that because School Days is riddled with logic gaps, this can make the viewer wonder why. Why does this happen?
Huh?
Why should this happen? Is there a purpose? There has to
I'm trying to defend School Days, right?
be, considering what the show is trying to be. The problem is that there aren't any concrete answers, which can leave you in an experience that has you fill in the blanks yourself, and if you don't, you won't like the outcome. This is why people who
The fuck are you talking about?
like it better than those who don't. This wouldn't have been a big deal if this was an occasional occurrence, but this is something that sticks around almost throughout the show. To me, this is a big deal since this affects the plot and characters in a major way, a way that's based more on ideas than realized elements. Hell, a big chunk of the plot probably wouldn't have happened if Makoto outright broke up with Kotonoha early on. Instead, he didn't do so until near the end of the show, for some reason. Now, maybe in the context of the source material, this isn't as bad since the answer to why will be because he made it this way most of the time. However, in the context of a linear medium such as animation, you get this. It's what binds everything together. It's what the plot and characters follow that strikes me as the most problematic, yet in a way, it's also what keeps me from completely disliking the show at the same time. I'll say this, there's gotta be a purpose for why everything in the show happens. I just wish it had its own answers. It's just too fixated on what it has up its sleeve. It's an incomplete mess. A mess that hasn't even finished construction that you have to unintentionally complete yourself if you want.
Okay, so basically, back in the day, for some reason, I always thought that School Days was like kind of like a deconstruction of like typical high school romance animes, right? An anime that basically takes like standard romance tropes, like high school romance tropes, and just amplifies it to 11 in order to make a point, right? In order to like deconstruct the genre itself somehow, right? Basically an anime that takes all the tropes associated with high school romance animes, romantic comedy animes, basically all that jazz, just amplifies everything to 11 and just kind of, you know, see where it goes from there, right? This review could have been a hell of a lot better if I just said that. Instead, I say it's a deconstruction, but not really. I bring up the like amplified like tropes point, but then I undermine it by saying they're a problem. What else do I say?
Want to avoid a hateful experience.
I say that the show does these things without a particular reason, when at the time I actually thought that there was a reason. It's just a matter of even now I'm blanking out, going, what the fuck was I even thinking at the time? What was I thinking at the time?
And that's not good. Now it's here where I'm supposed to talk about.
And I go with the presentation. No, bitch. You should explain yourself, motherfucker. What do you mean by the logic? Like having a point. You kind of implies that the logic of the show has a point to make, but then you also say that there's no point to it. It just happens because. But you also, what? No, motherfucker, explain yourself. No, don't move on to presentation. Talk about it.
Presentation. Thing is, there isn't much to really say about it. Produced by TNK, it's obvious that the presentation for School Days wasn't a big priority in mind. If I were to describe it in one line, it would be mainly average with a few sprinkles here and there. The aesthetic screams stock anime high school, complete with skirts so short, you would think this was based on a hentai. Wink, wink. Anime...
See, at the time, I always thought that the everything about School Days, the anime rather, of School Days, had a point. Like, oh, like the fact that the presentation is like so average. It's because every high school anime, like romance anime, looks average. So of course, basically I was trying really hard to say that School Days was the Spec Ops The Line of anime high school romance animes. That was basically my mindset for this. And here I am badly explaining my point and going nowhere with it. Because if I had just stuck with the mindset that School Days is a deconstruction, it is the Spec Ops of high school romance animes, I would have had something to actually say, you know, instead of like kind of going around stuff and like generalizing and basically going nowhere with what the fuck I'm talking about.
Animation isn't great, but not god-awful. It can be kind of choppy and not very eye-catching, though it does display moments of decent fluidity in certain scenes. Voice acting is alright, but nothing special. Since I don't speak Japanese myself, I normally judge Japanese dubs by the emotions of the characters and how it comes across to me. In this case, performances are at their strongest when it goes into drama mode, and when it isn't, things are pretty standard fare. There's no standout performances that you'll remember. Makoto's all awkward, indecisive, but occasionally shows some spark of emotion. Sekai's a girl, Setsuna's kinda serious, Kotonoha is shy, and oh god, what happened to you? And the others don't really matter since we barely get to know them. In other words, School Days won't wow you with the vocals on display. The musical score is fairly stock and underwhelming, if not boring, and I tended not to acknowledge it most of the time. The songs for the opening and ending sequences stick out like a nuclear bomb in a haystack, as well as songs that play during certain scenes. Granted, they're not songs you'll sing in the shower, but are tolerable overall. The track that sticks out the most would be Kanashimi no Mukohe, which plays during that scene, and I'll admit, kinda haunts me. Oh god, does it haunt me? It haunts me. And that's all there is to the presentation. I did say there wasn't much to talk about, didn't I? So why am I neutral towards School Days?
Fuck.
Because I don't hate it. I don't hate this show.
Why do you not hate the show? You said a bunch of reasons why you should hate the show.
I just saw it differently because of how fundamentally confused it really is. And
fundamentally, how's it fundamentally confused?
Fundamentally confused is what I would use to describe School Days. Like Invisible War's half-assed stealth mechanics.
Terrorism.
I can't hate a show that can't understand itself in this manner. The difference between this and
What?
Tenma no Koro Yosaki, my pick for worst anime that I have ever seen, is that while the latter is a pointless, vapid waste of time, space, and animation that doesn't try to have anything to do, anything to say, go anywhere, etc., School Days tried to be something and went about it the wrong way. And that's a big compliment. To be...
What do you mean? You never brought that point up before. How is it like... What?
Quite honest with you, went about it the wrong way. And that's a big compliment. To be...
What?
Went about it the wrong way. And that's that while the latter is a pointless, vapid waste of time, space, and animation that doesn't try to have anything to do, anything to say, go anywhere, etc., School Days tried to be something and went about it the wrong way. And that's a big compliment.
Again, if I just said, hey, School Days is a deconstruction, or School Days is the Spec Ops The Line of anime romance comedy shows or whatever the fuck, I would understand it a little better than I'm confused. Like, what was I thinking?
To be quite honest with you, I would rather watch something that tries and fails than something that doesn't try at all. The reason I
True.
decided to review School Days was because of the same points being tossed around like this ragdoll in almost every other review under the sun. Expectations that there should be rage and ranting as if it were an obligation from heaven against hell. Well, I'm here to tell you that this is my review, Kitty Vickies, and my opinion is that School Days is well worth my time a hell of a lot more than the vacant shelves of Buy Our Merch. Yeah, I know I made it sound like I thought it was shit, but if you were expecting, oh, the story is shit, Makoto's shit, the other characters are shit, this anime is shit, then I must deeply apologize for disappointing you. However, does that mean I recommend School Days? No, I don't recommend it, but that's not me saying that you shouldn't watch it at all within your lifetime. This review went through 7 revisions, and though I didn't go through all my thoughts, this version pretty much abridges it.
7 revisions? Did I really go through 7 fucking revisions of this?
Bottom line, School Days isn't very good, but I'm not angry. I give School Days, you know, I really gotta review something that I can say is actually good. With the exception of Madoka, I've either reviewed an anime that I think is crap or an anime that's quite passable. So, join me next time when I review something good.
I gave it a score after all.
Hopefully.
Oh wait, let me listen to this. Brutal Legend, a game that I kind of recommend. Anyway, that was a really confusing review. That was very confusing. It wasn't exactly, it's like it's kind of all over the place. I don't articulate my points very well. I don't have a bottom line necessarily. Which, by the way, this end card, this is around this time I actually joined like an MCN around this time, so I got this end card here linking to like back when YouTube had annotations. I would link to my all my previous stuff. So I miss those days. But anyway, that was a very, what do you think, Glaive? Was that very coherent and like not at all like really messy? Because there's a reason why I decided to like re-review School Days years later as like a Anime Outsider episode. Yeah, that was I don't know if I would like my brain is kind of scrambled, one could say, right now. I managed to follow some that had to get the door. Okay. I don't blame you. I would go out the door myself if this was like, if I was watching that for the first time when it was new. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about an anime that I decided to like go ahead and talk about an anime that I actually like and still like even to this day as like a guilty pleasure. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, Asobi ni Ikuyo, aka Cat Planet Cuties as it's known in the West, but this show's pretty, I give it a thumbs up and you'll see why. God, I love the OP music.
I'm mainly fond of serious plot-driven shows that display honest-to-God narrative, characters, and an actual point, but that doesn't mean I can't like the other anime. Romps of Flash with little depth for the sake of being fun, if a certain criteria is met. First off, it would have to understand just what it really is. To pick a direction that fits and weave it together will amp things up. If it fails to do this, does the same thing in a repetitious manner, or tries too hard, it'll end up as a boring, uninspired mess in the long run. On the other hand, if it doesn't know what it is and tries to go towards territory that doesn't work with the material it has, it'll end up being a bland anime with a bland story, characters, etc. A pick your poison situation that is rarely avoided, but when it is, it can feel like a godsend. Which leads to one of my guiltiest pleasures that I'm about to review, Asobi ni Ikuyo, a show with this in mind. Catgirl aliens.
Yep, baby.
Ken brightly colored haired Nekominis are the main centerpiece of this anime. Asobi ni Ikuyo is an adaptation of the light novel by Okina Kamino of the same name and was directed by Yoichi Ueda and written by Katsuhiko Takayama, who was also involved in writing anime like Full Metal Alchemist 2003, As the Tale of Memories, and the cult classics Boku no Pico and its sequels.
I'm starting to realize just how much I follow it like a template, right? This template is boring. I'm glad I fucking got away from this.
Is the anime version of Catnip or is it a harem?
I got away from this, from a template like style to, go for something more freeform
Sit back, relax,
later.
as I review Asobi ni Ikuyo.
To boldly go where no sexy alien Catwoman from a planet full of sexy alien Catwomen has gone before.
In a world where this can protect you from bullets, we meet our main character, Kyo Kakasu, an average
Oh yeah, Boku no Pico. Peak anime. Absolutely excellent. Totally not something that one could get arrested for watching.
teenager who's average and stuff. He has a hippie cool uncle who with shades and an attitude so badass, he practically creates supernovas with it. Anyway, besides that was nerdy nephew get a girlfriend, much to Kyo's modesty. It's here where we are introduced to Eris, who's a cat girl alien. Yes, Eris belongs to a technologically advanced race of cat people known as Catians, who seem to love them in skin-tight super suits. After drinking one sip of beer, passing out, and waking up with an almost naked cat girl in his bed, the plot begins to thicken. Kyo is friends with Monami Kinjo and Aoi Futaba, who seem like everyday teenage girls but aren't what they seem. The former aspiring to become a CIA agent, and the latter being a government agent with mysterious teleportation powers. We come to learn that Eris and her fellow Catians seem to be touching on establishing peaceful relations and to research the planet. However, when this is revealed, things escalate as their characters become targets. Eris
Ooh.
at some point, government gets involved.
Oh no.
Society is coming into play.
Yeah.
Kyo's house is turned to a Catine embassy, which leads to these four characters having to live together where things truly begin. There will be guns, action, explosions, romance, cat girls, badass uncles, burgers, Shelby GT500s, science stuff, robots, spaceships, cat worshippers, and heat. However, little is
Magnum PI looking uncle. Yeah, that's part of the reason why it's so good.
Yeah, I'm going to say here now that this show isn't complex. That isn't to say that there isn't anything to shake things up. There are events that try to add situations of emotion, conflict, vulnerability, drama, and high stakes, but it's mostly shooty, explosion, happy sunshine, jiggle, superfly. Right off the bat, the show stresses its own over-the-top antics and sense of ridiculousness, using the what-if capital aliens take the Earth scenario to power the show's sci-fi, harem, comedy, and action elements. A mixture that creates really what, and occasionally what the fuck in one sauce.
Those elements mixed together is definitely like a sauce. What?
It doesn't even try to hide it, and what you see is what you get. The comedy is
Sauce.
sometimes playing the whole Eris being an alien cat girl thing. Not exactly highbrow to make Eris go wild with maracas as she acts like a drug junkie after sniffing catnip while in heat. It's at least amusing. Characters don't have much in the way of development. This is an edgy romantic comedy after all, and boy does it shove that fact in your face. As you can expect, there's a love insert shade here, though it's an interesting one if you think about it. Kyo is standard for an anime like this, an average guy who's awkward and has a heart of gold in a complex match, even if he could be a bit of a goody two-shoes. All the while, you have these ladies, one of which is an alien, while the others just so happen to be trained in combat, firearms, explosives, and provide some of the show's more balls-to-the-wall action.
Dude.
In other words, it's a love insert shade here of a guy who attracted the affections of young women who could probably kill him in under 10 seconds. I would call this a self-insertion, but then again, who wouldn't want a girlfriend who could beat the shit out of almost anybody? As for the others,
True. True.
The other cat girls do stuff. The villain isn't remarkable by any means. Secret Society movie surface up is coming next. This blonde chick loves BMW, and Kyo's badass uncle is a badass. Who they are wasn't a big priority, and it avoids answers to some of the questions I may have. How does Aoi have her powers, for example? It says she has no family to turn to because of them, but that's all the concrete info we get about her past. Plus, for a show that involves highly advanced technologies and running plot elements,
Yeah.
it's not talked about a whole lot, especially when it pulls the it's like magic bullshit. And if anything, I'm not sure the show itself knows either. Now you may be thinking, Hollow, this is sounding pretty generic when you come right down to it. Why do you like the show as much as you do? The answer? Almost everything else. You see, I can't really judge a video the same way I would a Monica Magica, a Fate Stay Night, or hell, even a School Days. The standard for what the show strives for is to be different, especially if you're...
Yeah, sponsored by A&W.
For whatever events the writer want happening, and it's used to create the
Sauce.
From having two teenage girls fending off assassins while naked, to riding a motorcycle down a train tunnel while being hailed by machine gun fire, to dodging cannon fire during an infiltration mission while wearing skimpy bikinis while being filmed, to putting on skin-tight suits in space.
I believe also Pizza Hut sponsored this show as well.
We go from having a party to a space battle in just a span of 12 episodes. The the start and end of an anime full of a variety of ways to keep you coming back. And you know what's odd? It does all of this and not only make its variety constant, but it even maintains actual structure too. All this makes shutting off your mind and enjoying a breeze. Since unlike, say, I.S. Infinite Stratos, a show that expects you to keep your mind shut but makes the task nearly impossible because of how many problems you can pick from it as if it were an apple tree, Asobi ni Ikuyo managed to do for me what other shows of its type tend to fail at. Deliver an actual experience. If you still couldn't tell before, Asobi ni Ikuyo bathes in its own excessiveness that culminates in an experience that all boils down to being the anime equivalent of fast food. It technically isn't good for you in mass quantities, but then again, you don't have much cash and there are worse options. For what it's worth, this is the best possible outcome I can think of for a show like this. Maybe it's my tolerance level, but I don't mind a show like this if it's done in a way that uses its strength instead of royally fucking around. A show that gets it. One that understands and uses its tools to make
Sauce.
And it's a fairly tasty
Sauce.
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 My AIC Plus, Asobi ni Ikuyo's presentation is mostly appropriate for the task at hand, but not all is handy-dandy. Visually, the show paints its picture with vibrant colors and lighting that brings the show's setting to life, as well as some CGI usage. Granted, it sticks out like a sore thumb, but they do fit the show's art style to an extent. The animation, however, is pretty average. When nothing intensive is happening, the show animates about as well as any other modern anime of its kind would. When you get to the action or other sequences that are intensive, things take a dynamic approach where the quality will vary depending on what's needed. A firefight will move differently than a motorcycle set piece or get the fuck off the boat sequence. It still displays choppiness and isn't very fluid. Not exactly Fate Zero quality with this one, but rather just to go with what's necessary instead of going all out. In other words, the show plays things safe with its visuals, which ends up holding it back.
Well, at least I had like a standard for like what looks good for an anime. Fate Zero, of all things, which at the time, I mean, Unlimited Blade Works like makes Fate Zero look stiff and weird in comparison, but Fate Zero really was like the leap back in the day. Like, it was the show that really caught people's attention with its presentation.
The Japanese dub of Asobi ni Ikuyo is surprisingly well done for the most part. Characters get the emotion required and are believable in terms of how they connect, especially in parts when things ramp up or when there's something on the line. Voices fit their roles, what with Monami sounding like a tough but carrot teenage girl character, Aoi being shy
Yeah.
serious on the inside.
Sure.
Everyone else sounds fine too, though you can add Kyo to the list of male protagonists voiced by an actress. Last time I checked, I wasn't watching Naruto. But then you get to the English dub, and I have to say, at best it's average, at worst you'll be subjected to voice acting flatter than an iPad. The worst offender would most definitely be Kyo's actor, who sounds exactly like that. Don't believe me?
Lots of military jets today. Uncle Yuichi. No thanks. I'm underage. Yeah.
Believe it or not, the guy, the dude who voices the main character in this show, Alphonse Elric in FMA 2003, who was excellent in that show. Excellent child actor. Excellent performance in Full Metal Alchemist 2003. Not so much here. Not so much here.
Humans don't have kitty ears or a tail, do they? Owie. Because of things like last night, I need to be able to protect you guys.
How flat is an iPad mini?
7.2 millimeters thin.
And how flat is Kyo's English dub? Damn! The music for the show is energetic with tropical and sci-fi themes. Using guitars and other instruments with a bit of electronic beats for certain tracks. They fit within the show setting and even provide some awe when listening. The orchestral tracks, on the other hand, are a bit of a mixed bag. They mostly fuel the action scenes and while swooping and synergizing in areas, sound a bit artificial and are stock in terms of theme. Still, this is not a weak soundtrack overall and outputs plenty of expressiveness that I wasn't expecting when listening to them by themselves. Sure, there are tracks that don't connect as they should, but when the music sticks to its main themes, it works. It's an above-average soundtrack, and coupled with other audio elements and a visual presentation, it all amounts to a decent presentation in general. It's not going to catch your senses in the rapture of visual and audio bliss, but it does get the job done.
Yeesh.
Asobi ni Ikuyo is a guilty pleasure of mine. Nothing more and nothing less. This is a top
Yep.
but it does rank fairly high up. Yes, this is a...
Wait, hold the fuck on. Did I just put panty and stocking with garter belt as a guilty pleasure?
It does rank fairly high up. Yes, this is a blatant fan service action anime.
Hold on.
I'm done. Asobi ni Ikuyo is a guilty pleasure of mine. Nothing more and nothing less. This isn't top of the heap though.
Yeah, I used fucking panty and stocking for some reason. I don't know why. I love panty and stocking. I mean, High School of the Dead makes sense, but Panty Stockings great is like really good. I can't wait for the new Panty Stocking that's gonna come out. No?
But it does rank fairly high up. Yes, this is a blatant fan service action anime with all the stops that make it so, but it knows that, and it makes sure that it does its job, and it never stops giving a shit about doing its own thing. However, that's based on personal enjoyment and my own outlook on these kinds of shows. When judged based on merit, it isn't really that good.
Merit.
Is an edgy harem with balls deep action and doesn't excel at much else. If anything, it technically isn't a good anime to watch. But that should be expected from something you like, and beyond the smoke and mirrors is something you would otherwise dislike. The best word to describe my feelings toward this anime would probably be satisfying and nothing more. Like having an intense sugar rush, but instead of getting diabetes, nothing else happens. So there it is, King Vicky's. My thoughts on the Sobini Ikuyo, one of my guiltiest pleasures in anime that I can recommend, but with half conviction. So as we come towards the end of the review, bottom line, a Sobini Ikuyo is a satisfying blast despite the odds. I surprisingly liked it.
I don't know if I would get, considering how much I like Sobini Ikuyo, I wouldn't really give it a 3 out of 5. I mean, I would give it a 3.5 personally, like nowadays, because it's fun. It's a fun show. But okay. I mean, objectively speaking, okay, I mean, sure, you can. Okay, 3 out of 5. Sure. All right. What's next? Kami-sama no Memocho. God, that's an oldie. Right there. And it never got a second season, too. Jesus. Oh, by the way, little tidbit, like for these like little source filmmaker like snippets here, made by me. At one point, I was like actually trying to learn source filmmaker, and you know, you got all this, so you got these like little clips here.
When pulled off right, a mystery can be a great way to not only make characters proactive, but the viewer as well, to get them engaged into the scenario, becoming active in their own right. From seeing the outcome of an event unseen, to finding clues that relate to said event, taking what you've absorbed and formulating a possibility, and just when you're confident that you figured it out, or just when everything doesn't add up and you start feeling doubt, in comes the twist that punches you in the face while going, "Gotcha, bitch!" This is why I like noir classics, The Multi Stalking, and The Third Man. They have those strides where I like them, while mysteries are stories that I don't experience often enough. When I do, I tend to adore them. Hence why I really like Higurashi no Nakokoro ni and Another. The question is, where's
Another? Ooh.
Adapted from the light novel by Hikaru Tsuji.
I'm feeling old watching this.
Same name. Kami-sama no Memocho was directed by Tatsushi Sakurabi and written by Takayo Ikami, who also wrote Mowaru Penguin Drum. As pre-established formulas and provide a pretty hefty spin to it, sometimes creating some pretty unique, though occasionally out of its fucking mind results. Though this particular show falls more into the former category. How? Well, Kami-sama no Memocho is about a neat detective agency. That's right, an anime about a team of neat investigators that features a lolly who barely leaves a room, an average teenage guy, and other neats as they go around and solve various investigations. Now, with a setup like that, it already has the potential to give us one hell of a refreshing ride. Does it succeed, however? Sit back, relax, and open a dokupe as I review Kami-sama no Memocho. Kami-sama no Memocho is mainly centered around a protagonist Narumi Fujishima. An average teenage guy is always down because he feels like he has no place to belong, and as a result, he prefers to be alone. That was until he witnesses an event involving a falling teenage girl and some mysterious fellows. He is quickly accused of being guilty for the ordeal, but is soon let go when they figure out that he wasn't. And it's here where things begin to develop. Narumi soon meets Ayaka Shinozaki, a bright, cheerful classmate who not only brings him into the gardening club, but also to a part-time job at the Hanamaru ramen shop, where he meets the guys from before and marks his journey into a world unknown. He then meets their leader, Yuko Shionji, aka Alex.
Ooh.
Computers, stuffed animals, soda, Lolita dresses, really short shorts, and long stockings. It's revealed that she is a neat detective, a speaker for the dead who barely gets out of the room, resorting to using the internet and her fellow gang of neats with different skill sets. It's explained that they were investigating the disappearance of the teenage girl, and that her friend who fell out of the window might be the key to solving it. Fortunately, Narumi and said girl go to the same school, and Alice suggests that he helps out too. At first, he isn't too sure if he should get involved in helping them with their current situation, but eventually gives in and sets the rest of the show in motion. Kami-sama no Memocho doesn't follow a continuous storyline, but is set up in different arcs, or cases as I'll call them, with their own stories and subject matters, each lasting from 1 to 4 episodes. This can range from kidnapping to downright sabotage or theft. This is not an action-packed anime, going for subtlety and a little atmosphere, featuring a passive nature where things take their time and in-depth to break things down, build things up, or to provide necessary exposition to both the characters and the viewer. When things do get proactive, it can be pretty small and not of great importance. Fists are swung, but guns are barely pulled. This is an anime that prefers words and expects a bit of patience.
Right.
The premise of the overall theme like cheese to a sandwich. The effectiveness, however, I'll get to that. The show doesn't outright change directions constantly like Fate Stay Night, an anime that uses more elements than this does, but rather it does brief deviations. It still has its tone most of the time, and when it diverges, and boy it does, it quickly nothing of relevancy has been lost. When needed to be, this can be a fairly grim show, and while it's not grim, dark, or anything like that, shit does get real at times. This is especially the case during moments when the show takes a 180, though this is a bit of a rarity. Characters are surprisingly diverse. Narumi is the middleman, Alice is the intelligent leader who takes her occupation very seriously, Ayaka serves as the helpful and innocent character at the show's disposal, while the others can range from being an army brat with tech smarts, the gigolo who uses his charms, and the tough muscle who can fight. If there's any real problem with them, it's that aside from Narumi, Ayaka, and the fourth, we don't get much insight or further depth to their characters aside from what's established, and while they aren't unlikable by any means, they aren't entirely compelling and mainly serve as parts of a unit that do what they do. This is especially the case with Alice herself, as we don't know how she ended up this way or managed to gather all these different personalities at once, let alone be their leader. This is a bit of a shame because she and Narumi share probably the most interesting relationship dynamic in the whole show. Now, it isn't romantic per se, since there isn't much in the way of romance in this anime, but it does have chemistry. Narumi is the aimless teen whom Alice gives purpose to, while he is her closest thing to an actual friend, the one she mainly relies on. This gives their apparent but indirect friendship a subtle balance between association and romanticism, in that even if they don't always go hand in hand, they do need each other in one way or another. And I like this approach better than if it was flat out gushy-gushy. That, and there's always something to like about the characters.
How can it be gushy-gushy when she's a lolly?
They don't have much depth. But now it's time to get to the real meat of the show. And the question is, does Kami-sama no Memocho hold up as a mystery? Here's where things get a bit sticky. Despite the unique premise, tone, and narrative structure, there's one thing that holds it back. A problem that animes are prone of having. It tries to be more than one thing with questionable results. You see, not all cases of Kami-sama no Memocho are always serious, and when they are, certain direction decisions make for a somewhat shaky foundation, which does get in the way of the show's overall stance as a mystery anime. It starts out
I wish the show had like
but it struggles to pick right up
a second season.
from one scenario to the next with minimal involvement from the viewer as you watch events unfold. And it's pretty much until near the end.
God.
Since this is set up in arcs with little to no relations to each other, there's very little time for development in the long run, and it can limit how much each can offer. Some cases can get heated, others can feature a certain level of predictability the more you question things, while others don't even involve mystery at all. Last time I checked, baseball and breasts aren't mysterious. Yes, there are episodes dedicated to baseball and fan service. It also...
I mean, let's face it. To some people, boobs are the most mysterious things on the planet. What are you talking about, Old Hollow?
It doesn't help if they just end. Really, they just end. Like they solve it and...
The day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
But who cares about payoff, man? These girls are about done taking a shower! When you get to the drama, things do get affected with fairly impactful tragedies.
Okay, that was good. That was good line delivery.
Melodrama, going all melancholy and serious business, when if you walk back and look, the show is being a little silly. Material for some very gripping stuff exists, but only a few times does it go the extra mile, and I felt like it should have held back in some parts.
Yeah, the enthusiasm is something that God, I wish I could recapture, because some of this stuff is kind of not great, but at the same time, there's the energy that I put into these old reviews is something I wish I still had now.
I was left with an intriguing anime that was never generally bland.
I don't know, man. Just life in general, like, really beating the shit out of me.
But rarely exciting. It tries to be its own thing, but also tries to be like other anime at the same time. which happens to be its big weakness. A two-faced combination, and if Kami-sama no Memocho was a cheeseburger, it would replace half the patty with ham. You can really like the ham, but even then, I ordered a full cheeseburger. I was shocked at times, and there was some guessing involved. But do you know what's even better? Going on a ride of curveballs, development, and hidden revelations that not only leads to a better sense of involvement, but also feelings of doubt, confidence, and resolve that can be manipulated, leading to a multi-layered experience when done right. Kami-sama no Memocho culminated half of that at most, and what could have been an opportunity to tell a number of engaging, mind-bending, and manipulative stories ends up being engaging, tries to do the rest, while giving us shovels of other stuff. So now that I got the plot out of the way, how messy is the crime scene? Insert subtle transition into presentation here. Produced by JC.
God, man, I'm not even that far into like all the reviews that I've done. I am sick of this template. I've said that I'm glad that I transitioned to a free-formed like structure, but and for good reason. I do not like this template. Like going to like having to like structure everything like a game review or something, like a standard like bog standard like game review like back of like the 2000s or whatever, like plot, presentation, conclusion, and whatever. God, it's such a it is definitely a review.
Staff, Kami-sama no Memocho goes for a natural, and occasionally atmospheric look and feel with its aesthetic, painting a world that tries to be as mysterious and optimistic as the anime itself, when it tries to be that is. With its bloom lighting, abundant shadowing, rich colors, and ambient shading, the show can look pretty good for the most part, though the CG can stick out. The highlight would most definitely be the lighting and shading. When it's day, the sun looms over as one big light source, and casts itself upon buildings, characters, and other entities within the environment.
Very repetitive.
Global illumination that bounces from one area to another, and numerous shadows that give it added kick. When at night, the lighting you see is what you get as the world is flooded with darkness, where street lamps, headlights, and ambient lighting become prominent. This can also carry over to
Good looking show.
These give some of the anime's eerie sensibilities, especially when atmosphere kicks in, where there can only be one or two main light sources. So from a visual design standpoint, I really like the direction it aims for. Though to say the same about the
Hello, Derek. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, how far are we? We are halfway through the stream, actually. Gonna be ending at Isuka Tenma no Koro Usagi, but until then, we are going through some of my old reviews, and boy, this has been a mixed bag experience, because there's some things about these old reviews that I really like, particularly the energy and the pace and some of the humor, the quippiness, and whatever, the enthusiasm, and a bunch of different stuff that I don't like, especially like the reviews that I started out with, and it's like really messy and very just, and I hate this template that I had back in the day, where I would separate each element of anime, like into predetermined, like structured, like sections. It's so repetitive. I don't like this.
animation is not as easy. It's okay, but it never excels past a certain point, and there wasn't many moments where it displayed remarkability. It does take things up by a slight notch, but it lasts for a brief time, and mainly happens during moments that don't...
What do I?
Sometimes there isn't even animation at all. Yeah, you go, guys! It pretty much gets the job done. After all, not every anime is made by Ufotable, PA Works, or Production IG. Though if they were, that would be pretty fucking badass. Like The Force. When you get to audio, things are up to par for the most part. Voice acting is solid enough so that it fits for any given event and intended mood, though it's strongest when everything goes in drama mode, where spikes of emotion can occur. And there are a number of those. Narumi sounds appropriate, displaying doubt and concern, but also sincerity and occasional optimism. Alice gives a serious demeanor, but has a high-pitched voice despite that.
Fuck.
It isn't top-notch, mind you, because if it was, I would put a heavier emphasis on it, but it does serve its purpose well. Then there's the soundtrack, which is the type I really like the most. A soundtrack that helps to represent the show. In this case, the music fits with the show's overall passive nature, with its psychedelic and peaceful, but sometimes upbeat, stylish, and fast-paced tracks. Any piece can use a number of instruments, including guitars, pianos, drums, violins, and others, as well as a bit of psychedelic lyrics and a little rap, giving it variety and to help drive the scene's mood and energy. This is a soundtrack with theme and style, and I felt refreshed while listening. If you ask me, a good soundtrack is one with its own definition and flavor, and fortunately, this has both. I completely recommend listening to the soundtrack, which combined with the other aspects, makes the presentation for Kami-sama no Memocho solid for the most part, even if it doesn't entirely check out. I'm going to say it here now. Kami-sama no Memocho is a good anime overall, but it's not a good mystery anime, and that's the show's To say that is not to say that there isn't substance, because there is. But while the show doesn't completely miss, it doesn't score that many home runs. This can happen, but they are lost in time like tears in rain. Blade Runner. I like plenty of things with this anime and how it does use them to an actual capacity for the show's benefit. I mean, it has the premise, the characters, the narrative structure, with the potential to tell a variety of engaging stories. The overall tone and the admittedly effective twist caught my attention. But while Kami-sama no Memocho made for a good experience, it didn't entirely live up to what was said on the tin, providing most of the ingredients, but lacking in others that would have propelled it to excellence. A good mystery is to hook you in, to get you involved, to get you active alongside the characters on screen as they unravel something unknown. That didn't happen often, and in the end, Kami-sama no Memocho is a good anime, not a great one.
I mean, oh wait, what's this? What's the world come to? I feel like listening to that song now. What the fuck? What's the world come to? From Sin Episodes. I'm gonna listen to it later. But a good song from a game that is. I mean, if you've watched, like, what is it, Inside Gaming or something, you know the meme. Blade. Anyway, I'm gonna watch that later. But this review's repetitive, but I still agree with it. Kami-sama no Memocho, good anime that I wish had a second season to further tell more storylines and all that, but I'm not surprised that it didn't get a second season either. Let's see. Then we go on to Gyo. Oh my god, Gyo. I don't know if you've ever... This is a Ufotable anime, for the record. Gyo. Here we go. And yes, it is based on a Junji Ito story. It doesn't follow it, though. Not really. Alright, let's see. What do I have to say about Gyo? Oh yeah, a little bit of a fun fact about the Gyo anime. The Gyo review, I should say. Made this review after watching Gyo with Holden and some of his other, like, friends at the time. Holden Reviews, if you, like, guys don't know. See, I wonder if his channel's still up. Holden Reviews. What the fuck? I guess he took his channel down. Holden Review. I guess Holden, like. Oh wait, Holden Casanova. He just goes by Holden Casanova on YouTube now. But yeah, watched Gyo with him and some of his other dudes, like on live, and it was a great experience. And I figured, okay, I watched this. It's a Ufotable anime that's trashy, but fun. I'm gonna make this my next review, so let's see what I have to say about it.
I sometimes wonder what happens to my brain cells when it's mainly dumb, over the top, and nonsense experiences that I'm used to something. Yes, I have a sweet tooth for dumb ass shit and humor. While there are exceptions, even I'll admit that I have my share of guilty pleasures. One of them I obey. So when I came across Gyo's My Anime List page, I I was dumbfounded by what I saw. A subpar story with Frodo's name attached to it.
Come to.
Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to watch it along with others. And, my god, I had an enjoyable, dumb-ass shit time with it. Adapted from manga by Junji Ito, Yo was directed and written by Takahiro, the same director behind the ones acclaimed Karuto and Paradise Fire. And it's what people perceive as a sort of basket child before the first forays, like the aforementioned Karuto Kai and Fate Zero. Now, for a studio behind such a polished production such as those, one asks, is Gyo really that bad? Can it be that not even Ufotable can save such a train wreck? Want to have a better idea of what the Jesus of Anime Studios can really do? If I said
The Jesus of Anime Studios. Right.
and I also say that it manages to work.
Studio of Tax Evasion as well.
According to Holden, fairly well it seems. So sit back, relax, and go, what? As I give you my evaluation of Gyo. In a world where fishermen go, we meet our main character, Kawi Sawahara, who's away on a graduation trip with her friends, Irika and Aki. We first see her talking to her boyfriend, Tadashi, and after eating at some restaurant and doing stuff off screen, they all travel to their villa. However, when they get there, it's soon discovered that the place really fucking stinks for some reason, and soon come across the source of the issue. It isn't anything major, just a fish with legs that really smells. They decide to throw it in the garbage and proceed with their stay, knowing little of the impending danger. The danger comes to them, and it's learned these smell the creatures that have been swarming the entirety of Japan. And it's here where shit gets real. Realizing the growing danger and the smelly smells, Kaori decides to go back to Tokyo in the hopes of finding her boyfriend and comes to meet Tsuyoshi Shirakawa, a cameraman who helps out with their search. And the plot begins from there. With a large swarm
Oh boy.
no way of knowing if her loved ones are safe, Kaori must traverse a world bound to hell. Tension is aloof, people will show their dark side, and places will really fucking stink. There isn't much to say about Gyo's plot and points and memorization of some there. Aside from what's there and mere assumptions, it plays out like a basic cheesy scene with sci-fi horror, sex, screams, and thralls of love, without the low production values. And trust me, this has some damn good production values for what it is.
At the time, yeah.
In a film or TV show in real life, but somehow fits with the ludicrousness that lives off, and even provides much of the enjoyment that I felt. Characters aren't fleshed out to a dramatic degree, being almost unlikely, especially since this is only an hour long. Kaori is very caring about her loved ones and her friends, and doesn't want anything to happen to them and stuff, trying to be brave in a ravaged Tokyo for smelly fishes. Tsuyoshi helps her and stuff, and cares, as well as wanting to get to the bottom of the smell. But the others are kind of there, so we can have our plot points, drama, a threesome scene, and fat green zombie movies that are totally hot for those who are into it, or some shit. And, yeah, the characters aren't unique.
This film was ridiculous.
The thing about Gyo is that everything is taken very seriously. That these super smelly zombie fishes that infect people with party bloomers are a big threat to humanity. That you should be afraid. And as I saw this go on, I couldn't help but smile a little at all the ridiculous going on screen. Seeing swarms go by, how guns can't kill any of them, all the carnage that's left behind, you just gotta wonder, what kind of drug-induced cognitive came up with this aberrant crap? Because
Junji Ito, partially. Actually, I've heard that the manga that this Gyo is based off of, it's actually the opposite. Has the opposite scenario, where the main character, like the girlfriend, is the one that's killed, while the boyfriend is like the protagonist. So.
whatever it was, I want some. This is an OVA where things are always going on in some way or another.
I don't know.
It's a frame rate question just where this is.
I don't know about the development history of Gyo of this film is, but you know, I just know that it's a Junji Ito story that they then kind of like transformed into something entirely their own.
Is this an overglorified environmental message-driven anime telling us not to fuck around the ocean and its inhabitants? Warning us that if humanity doesn't stop polluting and perversely tampering with our sacred seas, we will come to regret our past decisions of profit, gluttony, and prize?
Sure.
Am I just overthinking things, and it really is a crazy anime with super fishies that smell bad? It's just one of those moments where my mind goes, what in a hearty fuck? Throughout the ordeal without being a comedy. And really, people, can you take anything that I described and show with a real level of seriousness? I would be lying if I said I didn't have fun with Gyo's story and all else in between, its basking self-indulgent vacuousness and blatant believability bankruptcy.
By the way, around this time, I was also like self-educating myself with online thesauruses. And I figured, okay, I might as well put like into effect what I learned from online thesauruses into the script, right? So what you just heard was the result of that.
That's not to say it's great. Hell no, it isn't great. Because at the end of the day, exaggerated stupidity is still stupidity nonetheless. So if you are expecting any fulfilling artistry of emotional and sentimental tactility, meaningful, thought-provoking narrative, or a fantasy of genuine imaginative grace and splendor, stay the fuck away from Yo. It has none of that. But if you just want to waste time while waiting for some event, or a desire to feel stupid as hell, Yo. Yo, man. Yo. Because screw subtlety, am I right? So we have a romp of insert whatever the hell here that pretty much builds and represents something of what I can only assume was a mental dysfunction in anime form. That works well. But what if I said that it all could have fell through if it wasn't for Authortable's efforts?
Oh God.
Yo is probably the best aspect, as it's a crucial element to making it what it is. Now I'm going to get this out of the way. The voice acting works. I don't take a huge issue with it. The music was of generic orchestral fashion, so I didn't mind that either. What I did mind, however, was the visual presentation, which was downright shocking. Now, Ufotable could have went the road of phoning it in, half-assing the job with reluctancy and understandable understanding, considering the circumstances. That was not the case. I would even
Yeah.
output here is the fuel that drives the whole thing forward. Let's face it, Yo lacks sustainable substance to keep you engaged, and needs to rely on what it does.
The fuck?
Surprisingly good animation, visual design.
Yeah, look at that animation.
There's no denying it. Yo is made by Ufotable through and through, which is to say that it's, without a lick of doubt, the saving grace. From one large, detailed set piece involving a rough plane landing over a swarm of fishes as you see the blood on the wheels, to a chase scene involving a walking undead shark, to this admittedly fucked up scene of what could probably be viewed as fish rape, they pulled the stops needed to make this look good. Even little details of bullet casings ejecting after each gunshot, little fishes that run by in droves, clothing and environmental physics, and other details that wouldn't be of actual relevance have a degree of emphasis, which helps to symbolize Ufotable's attention to cosmetic minutia. This is an anime where
Wow. Cosmetic minutia. Cool.
reaction comes from looking at the crazy shit that's happening. And if it all didn't look good, the effect would flatline and create a dead on arrival experience. You may call this style over substance, but if you ask me, it's style fueling whatever substance this thing managed to muster. Like the whole thing is on life support. I can't even imagine another studio undertaking such material and putting in the same amount of polish and refinement.
I mean, look at that. That looks so bad. It looks stupid, but it works.
that turn people into fat green zombies who fart.
It works because it looks good.
Don't have much legroom for in-depth content with that, but it seems gave it their usual treatment and boy it shows, and that is why I like Ufotable. Even if you give them a turd, they will try to make it the best turd they can polish until it magically turns gold. Yo is a really dumb anime. This anime
It really is.
dumb, dumb, dumb. It's beautiful, but dumb. God damn, is it dumb. But man, is it entertaining. It's the dumb I like. The sauce-tastic dumb that seeks to give us moments of holy shit. That's supported by Ufotable's always so good attention to detail. I know it sounds like sugarcoating, but you have to understand that I can like dumb experiences. And while I will always prefer my Chobits, my Fate Zeros, my Steins Gates, my Higarashis, and my Monica Magicas, I will always have a sweet tooth for a High School for Dead, an Asobi ni Ikuyo, a C3, and a Butobi CPU.
I should like do a watch along stream of one of these animes at some point. Maybe. How about a Gyo watch along? Cause fuck, dude. This I recommend Gyo if you want to like shut your brain off and just go, what the fuck?
Enriching experiences is one thing, dumb fun is another. And I think Gyo is a fun time despite the material. Now I can't ignore the shortcomings, one with a shallow story and characters. If you expect the opposite when approaching Gyo, you might as well go the other way. But if you want a C-movie grade, balls deep, what in the flying fuck is this time? Gyo might fit the bill. I like it. I didn't really like it, but I still liked it nonetheless. And saying otherwise would not only be dishonest to you guys, but to myself as well. And in the end, Yo was a dumb-ass shit good time.
What's the outro music this time? Huh. Tried to remember where that bit of music is from. I think it's from the Syndicate reboot. Like generic like dance floor music. In the Syndicate being a video game, by the way. Let's see, Steins Gate. Oh boy. Actually, how long have I been... Oh, that's loud. Okay, how long have I been streaming? 3 hours. It's actually pretty long by my standards. Hey, how about... Let me just put up a poll here. Hold on a bit. Want to, like straight up... Let's see here. Trying to see... I can't do it on mobile. See if I can, like... do this on... Hold on a bit. Hold on. God damn it. I gotta do this on desktop. Let's see. Can I? What? Wait. Where's the poll? Where's the poll function? Oh wait, here we go. Asuka Tenma. Okay. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Here's the poll. Not that there's like many people in here, but you know, it's like one of those things where the stream is actually like surprisingly, like time is passing by like surprisingly like quickly by my standards anyway. And there's like a lot of, I got like, how many reviews do I have to go through? Maybe, hold on a bit. Okay, I got Steins Gate, which is the one we're on. I got Noir, Ore no Yamoto, Season 2, which is not much of a review at all, actually. It's actually one of my least favorite videos. And then we got Itsuka Tenma. Let's see. Let's see. Let me look at the poll. Watch more? Alright. Okay, looks like well, you guys want to like watch the whole package. You want the full package, which I understand. You know, no, let's go for the full package then. I just wish that I didn't like have this freaking template of like having like my review be structured like this. Like introduction, plot, and characters, freaking presentation, and conclusion. It's very repetitive in retrospect. Now that I'm, you know, going through all this, very repetitive structure that I'm so glad I got rid of. My God. All right, you know what? Let's go ahead and watch the full package here. Steins Gate, baby. God, that's loud.
It's one thing to have a preset expectation for whatever subject it may be, whether it would be a film, game, or matters pertaining to varying reasons. Maybe it's a sequel, an adaptation, or you just thought it looked cool. But then there are moments in life where you lack any apparent expectations for one thing or another. Maybe you choose not to have any, or maybe you don't even know about it. Which leads into the topic of this review, Steins Gate. Adapted from the visual novel of the same name, Steins Gate was directed by Hiroshi Hamasaki and Takuya Sato, and written by Juki Hanada, who also wrote my all-time favorite anime, Chobits. I have no other way to describe how I feel about Steins Gate other than it being a blind leap of faith, having been uninitiated with the source material or anything else in relation. So blind, in fact, that I wasn't even paying attention to anime lineups at the time, watching shows that just interest me out of curiosity. And it's because of said curiosity that I went on to witness one of my favorite animes that I have ever had the pleasure of seeing. Yup, I just outright said it. I love Steins Gate, and as I realized fairly recently, it's one of those shows that I can manage to watch multiple times.
It's still one of the... Still true, by the way. I can... Steins Gate is just a really rewatchable show.
the same way I felt when I first saw it. To feel this way is a rare commodity, as I normally prefer not to rewatch an anime, since I don't feel as interested as I was before because I've seen it before. So what makes this a worthy exception? Sit back, relax, and go El-Sai Kongru as I give you my evaluation of Steins Gate, also known as Christina. Steins Gate is mainly centered around our main character, the eccentric Hoi Koma, aka Okabe Utaro, a university student with an affinity for lab coats, nicknames, fake phone conversations, and cola. He is friends with Mayuri Shina, an upbeat, silly, and likable teenage girl with a cosplaying hobby, and Itaru Hashida, aka Daru, a skilled hacker and otaku who loves them 2D girls and never keeps it a secret. One day, after
Damn straight.
Okabe encounters Makise Kurisu, a young and prodigious scientist whom he enters a non-contextual conversation with. The talk goes nowhere, and leaves us with a bit of confusion of just what she was getting at. He hears a loud scream from upstairs and investigates it, only to find out that Makise has been murdered. Things get complicated from there, as after he sends a text to Daru, things mysteriously shift and change, and revelations are eventually shown. His text traveled through time, and Makise is not dead. But how can it be? This is where the show truly takes wing. As time travel is introduced and explored, new characters show up, secrets are revealed, things change, and points that were enigmatic begin to clarify. However, little does anyone know that the more things change, the worse events become. And what was a somewhat ordinary sci-fi repertoire of time travel, plane shifting, and cause and effect becomes a thriller about a man who must fix the damage he's done in order to save the ones he cares for most, and ultimately, the future. An adventure that spans across time and multiple world variations begins.
Delicate as an orchid, fair as a cherry blossom, personification of feminine grace and ado.
This is
By the way, I use like English dub footage sometimes. That's because it's easier to edit. You know, it gives me ability to like, you know where scenes are. But also the Steins Gate's English dub is actually genuinely excellent for the most part. Like, wow. Like I would actually recommend the English dub if you don't want to watch in Japanese.
mainly a passive anime that gives us character interactions, dynamics, humor, and exposition, but shows more and more of its serious, suspenseful, and proactive nature as things gradually fall to pieces. There's a lot that happens throughout the show, and it's filled to the brim with ideas that shape the narrative into a roller coaster of multi-layered plot movements, twists and turns, dramatic set pieces, subplots, and insightful developments that practically set the story on a different path, much like the characters themselves. So much is this made apparent to the point where I would have to streamline certain aspects for the sake of pacing. So stick with me as best as you can, because this isn't going to be easy. To delve into Steins Gate is to bring up its numerous concepts. It has a multiple worlds idea in the form of world lines, each holding different possibilities, events, and fates that form an entirely distinct timeline, but ultimately amplify the same outcome in more ways than one. Something Okabe is desperate to prevent. How things change throughout the series relies either on D-mail, text messages that can travel to any past date, or time loops, where Okabe's consciousness goes from one point to another, a sort of body transfer across time, and the unique twist where Okabe maintains his memories of past events, while others don't. These are the roots that make up the premise of Steins Gate, since to change the past is to change the present. If one wanted to prevent another person's death, or change their gender before their subsequent birth, that can be done. However, it comes at the cost of bringing the inevitable into fruition at a much faster rate, the more world lines are traveled. I found this to be a refreshing, conceptually varied direction, since instead of the usual time paradox, it implies the idea of infinite worlds, and that to change something is not to ruin the pathways of time, but to simply diverge to another. Twists, mystery, and light action are abound on Okabe's plight, including jaw-dropping moments that I couldn't initially believe. And while I can't spoil much, to say the show isn't effective at driving great emotion is a big lie. How dark, atmospheric, provoking, exciting, stirring, and passionate it all gets is something of a massive game changer to an already interesting time travel themed story. And it's in these moments where the thrills are most prominent. Steins Gate holds no bars when it comes to displaying how much shit Okabe must go through to save everyone, with all the psychological instabilities and emotional stress withstanding.
Yep.
And if he didn't have the support needed to chug along in the hopes of achieving his goal, it all would have been for nothing. Which leads to the main meat of the show, its cast of characters, who are probably the most important cogs in the whole machine, since they are needed to make everything work the way it does. In a story of death, fates, and the sense of overarching fear among the inevitable, Steins Gate is not an entirely happy anime, but it's not a depressing one. And if anything, it displays a well-rounded tone thanks to the characters. This has got to be one of the best casts that I've ever seen in an anime, with a myriad of personalities.
Absolutely.
And likable qualities in tow. From the
Dude.
main cast, supporting cast, there's not a single character that lacks any sort of dimension, and it all culminates into a main driving force for our story. From Mayuri's virtually childlike and somewhat fragile personality, to Makise's need to display an attitude while being the main supporter of Okabe's efforts, with others displaying their own characteristics, relationships, and balance, we get to know them from how they bond. Having conversations, exchanging banter, outputting genuine concern, empathy, and emotionally charged humanity, the cast pisses chemistry into a proverbial bag, and it does so with little need for exposition or lowering them to being flat-out cliches. Granted, backstories exist, but they aren't so much used to give context on why the characters are the way they are, but more like context on why the story should go on, why Okabe should keep going on. Okabe cares, and we do too, because we have a reason why. You are pulled along with him, and it doesn't let you go. And if they weren't emphasized to this degree, the show would still work in its own right, but nowhere near as well as it does now. To see characters drive a story this actively isn't something that happens often. But lo and behold, Steins Gate executes this aspect with a proficient result that fills the land with an imperative substance. It grips you from the core with the multifaceted elements of the plot in conjunction with our great cast of fleshed out characters, and makes for an engrossing story that will leave you hanging every time an episode ends, to make you wanting more and more until the end. Something this enticing and well put together is...
Damn!
And to finish this was like opening a void in my soul where it will accept nothing but a copious mass of Steins Gate. That or more chobits, but I'm getting off track. What's important is that it's an advantageous anime that managed to fulfill itself in collective strokes. All in all, I was really hooked with the plot. But now it's on to the next question. How's Steins Gate's presentation? Does it look and sound like a true next-gen experience?
You tell me, dude.
Grab a box of chicken tenders.
Produced by White Fox, Steins Gate is an anime where the visuals complement the story at large, if not mirror it. A story involving despair over a period of trial and error, but also one of conquering a bad situation and to see it through to the end. That there is hope at every corner, sometimes in places where you least expect it. This was visually interpreted in its mundane, slightly grim, otherworldly, but lush, natural, and emphatic aesthetic, basing itself on a direction that's halfway through its use of washed out colors, digi lighting, and shadowing, but also half optimistic, with bright environmental lighting, rich colors, and other details to offset its cascading dreariness. Not saying it's the most visually impressive anime, but rather it's one that outputs a justly prerogative that goes side by side with what it seeks.
Justly?
When you get to animation...
A justly prerogative. The fuck do you mean by that, bro?
It's a solid effort for the most part, featuring fluid animation when needed, and can make a scene bathe within its visual design, bringing things to life with an appropriate and pronounced...
Hello, Al Camacho. Welcome to the stream. Just looking at my old reviews, because some of this is... Well, I like this one, at least.
It still has plenty to see and experience, so for it to not look good would be a detrimental outcome. Then we come to audio, something Steins Gate also succeeds at. Characters are written to have a momentously charismatic grace to almost each of them, but at the end of the day, it's the actors that provide it all, giving them life with inaugural force. From the over-the-top but down-to-earth and caring Okabe Ritaro, to the rest of our amiable main cast comprising of the ditzy though somewhat tragic Mayuri, the perverse yet manageably admirable Daru, the talented yet open Makise, to others in the supporting cast, the performances shine. But what am I talking about here? Japanese or English? The answer is both, with an English dub that simultaneously adapts each individual character's personality, energy, and integrity, which is saying something considering the ranges. J. Michael Tatum leads the pack with his true-to-form Okabe, Trina Nishimura gets it rolling with her symmetrical role as Makise, Jackie Ross and Tyson Reinhardt grab the reins of Mayuri and Daru respectively, while others launch their roles with a familiar, veritable form. They complete...
By the way, actually, I need to bring this up, because damn it. I have a feeling you would go after your past self after seeing how... Okay, actually, let me reread that. Have a feeling you would go after your past self after seeing how you reacted to the past used responses. What do you mean by that?
Launch their roles with a familiar, Makise, Jackie Ross and Tyson Reinhardt.
Jackie Ross, actually, is actually not the actress's real name. Jackie Ross. Jackie Ross is actually a different name for Ashley Birch. Ashley Birch here. If you don't know who Ashley Birch is the actress for a number of characters over the years, actually, including Aloy from the Horizon games. I don't know if you ever heard of Ashley Birch, but Ashley Birch is a very talented voice actress who's very, very prolific. So yeah, let's see here, played Miss Pauling from Team Fortress 2. Let's see here, played a number of characters. Aloy, as I already said. Let's see here, she's had a very prolific like voice acting career, like, over the years. And but for some reason, when it comes to like anime, she like chooses to like be credited as like Jackie Ross. So yeah. I didn't realize that at the time, but it's pretty cool that Ashley Birch is a part of the cast. Let's see here. Reacted to use responses. The classic strangle your past self. I wouldn't. No. I would warn my past self, however, about certain things, or tell him what not to do, right? Like, for example, like, if I could tell my past self not to act like a crazy person around certain people, or at least, or, you know, like, or to, let's just say I've done a lot of bullshit, right, to some people in the past who, in hindsight, were only trying to like help me out with advice and all that. I would like refrain from like doing certain bullshit, and hope that, you know, they would still be in my life, like right now, you know, on friendly terms. Like, I've burned bridges with Giguk, I've burned bridges with Holden, I've burned bridges with like you know, like some people in the anime community. Burned bridges here and there, and I'm like, in hindsight, I'm like, you know what, I fucked up, you know, because I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be where I am, or what I should say is, I wouldn't have left the Philippines without the anime community, actually. And I should have been, you know, better for, you know, when it came to like certain like things in the past. So I wouldn't strangle my past self. I would tell my past self like not to do some bullshit. There we go. That, and also get rid of this old template of mine, and try to do something more free-form, or at least jump on the anime essay train while he still had the energy to do so. Yeah, stuff like that. But no, I wouldn't strangle my past self. That's excessive.
Grabbed the reins of Mayuri and Daru respectively, while others launched their roles with a familiar, veritable form. They complete scenes with befitting performances across the board, administering essential elements that make up their roles to begin with, even as the story takes a different direction. Now, you could go subs over dubs on my ass by saying, Hoi Kyoma isn't wild enough and Mayuri isn't as high-pitched. But if you ask me, what matters most is if the spirit translated properly, maintaining an equivalent impact to their Japanese lingual counterparts. Is the character the same? So if you want a recommendation of what language to see this in, both will suit your needs. When it comes to music, the best way to describe it is that it's mostly subtle and downplayed, a direction that aims to amplify a sort of aura in any given scene, though it can wrap up. It mainly comprises of pianos, violins, drums, guitars, and other instruments, as well as light orchestral melodies, ambient and ominous noise effects, and electronic beats and cues to create a manageable listening experience that's potentially peaceful, soothing, invigorating, tense, inauspicious, and head-noddingly catchy in one musical score. When shit gets hot, the music follows suit, and while it never gets explosive diarrhea hot, it intensifies when the action arises, as tracks get more and more rapid and powerful. though these moments are a little rare. So as a show that expects you to feel amped with an absorbent amount of haunting tension at your feet, the soundtrack for Steins Gate is delightfully fitting, characterizing the show with an effective sound. Add the soundtrack to the rock-hard visual presentation and voice work, and you have a great presentation in general. A mixture of known and unknown, dull and vivid, but most importantly, hopeless and hopeful. An excellent balance of light and dark that finds its way into the core of the anime and propels it to where it counts most. And on a line of questions and doubt. It's good to see that Okabe's journey is well made.
I can feel the cosmos. Instead of a bet.
I like science fiction. I like thrillers. And I can like dramas if the characters display sincere charisma, depth, and believability. And here comes something that offers all of that in an intriguing concoction. Steins Gate goes above and beyond the call of and expels its load with maximum force. I know I'm sounding like I'm taking this show Slim Jim, but that's because I am, and with good reason. To amass this much gratifying, alleviating satisfaction is something I feel much admiration towards. This is, without a doubt, one of the most refreshing animes that I have ever seen within the last 3.5 years, synonymous with the likes of Fate Zero, Madoka, and company. One where I would happily give a hearty fuck about, while jumping up and down like a hopping bee knowing that a goddamn movie came out. Should you see Steins Gate? Abso-fuck!
By the way, the Steins Gate movie that I was referring to, I need to rewatch it, but I remember kinda being like, it's okay, I guess.
You owe yourself that much, and to pass this one off is almost like passing off a chance to see Drive. It's your loss. Unless you don't like sci-fi thrillers, in which case go see it anyway. It might change your mind. So L, Psi, Conbrew, kitty vickies. L, Psi, Conbrew.
Ugh. What's this? Knights of Time and Space by Psychogoth. Huh. Alright. I use random music for some reason for end cards. Anyway, on to Noir. Like, an anime I found literally because I wondered if there were any noir, like, anime. Like, film noir anime. And I just kind of... I saw that this... It says noir, so I figured, okay, let's check it out.
I love stories that drag my mind for a loop, to toss its world at me and experience a parallel to the characters on screen, to feel suspicion, doubt, and excitement of what the next moment might bring. Opportunities to let our minds think and roam. Doing this at every corner, at every stop, and at every turn is not always well executed, but when it is, that tangible emotional engagement is never far off, and can bring plenty of memorable moments with it. Which is to bring up the subject of this review, Noir. Directed by Koichi Mashimo, the same director behind Phantom Requiem for the Phantom, and written by Ryohei Sugimura, Noir strives to give a set experience within its action-packed, mysterious, and twisting noir story. This is also an anime that I can never hearing about it in the slightest or what it was about, becoming interested for its branding as a neo-noir anime, and I like me some film noir, but in the past...
Yep, I still do.
And what I came out of was nothing short of engrossing, albeit with a share of thorns. So as an anime about girls with guns, who try to uncover an ancient secret, does it go the distance needed to lay an impactful impression? Sit back, relax, and pause for a moment as I give you my evaluation of Noir.
Ranko! Master Sergeant Shooter Person!
The show starts with Muriel Bouquet, a highly skilled assassin for hire with a mysterious past regarding her powerful family's deaths. Something that'll come to play later on. One day, she receives a strange email on the computer, requesting for a meetup. It's around this time that she comes across another main character, Kirika Yomura. And I say that with quotes since the name's a fake, and she doesn't know or remember anything with the exception of another name, Noir. A gunfight and incubation site occurs, and afterwards, it's soon hinted that Kirika might be related to Muriel's past, and and after tending to her injuries, Kirika pleads to travel along, which Muriel accepts. They both join up and adopt Noir as a name for their newly formed alliance, ignorant of the name's true purpose. Let's just say that this is where the plot goes deeper, since after a few hit contracts, we are introduced to the overarching antagonists of the show, the Illuminati-esque secret society known as the Soldats, who become their biggest foes, but also their biggest clues to finding the truth about their past. Twists will arise, clues will come in multiple forms, action and event will lay bare, and how far our characters will go to solving their personal mysteries will take them into territory unknown. And what they'll find is bigger than what they initially comprehended. Not only the true intentions of the Soldats, but the very nature of themselves. How Noir is set up doesn't follow usual conventions, directed towards emphasizing atmosphere, melancholy, and moral ambiguity in its use of relaxed pacing, conflicts, symbolism, and questionable ethics. Almost each episode has some story with the occasional story arc, but it's all interconnected to one singular narrative. From fulfilling a hit contract or to track down a new lead, Muriel and Kirika go down a road where mystery is in the air, and clues can come in different shapes, from paper copies to entire characters. From lines of dialogue to its highly effective use of enigmatic flashbacks, Noir goes about itself in a variety of contexts. The first portion of the anime is where elements are misbalanced, and it helps as use of ambiguity augments this aspect, which even transfers over to the main cast. From being torn between killing an old man who's trying to repent for the bad deeds he's done, to a cold corporate father who decides to make up lost time with his kid, it's set up in a rounded way, and when you get to the big realization by the end, it'll make you question the actions of our characters. There's a lot of killing, sure, and morality's tossed out the window during the action scenes, but in a way, those actions do have some purpose to serve as a backdrop for the underlying question mark of the show. Characters don't necessarily receive the traditional method of development, but rather the show puts a focus on how their bonds develop, seeing the evolution of their relations from beginning to end, and how they go about the respective character arcs as the story progresses. Muriel is dead set on finding the Soldats to learn our scarring past, while Kirika is a blank slate character with no set-in-stone personality, which the show uses to great effect. She builds her own self, creating the person she wants to be, which is supported by the interests, questions, personal dilemmas, and experiences given to her. She wants to be more and more of a person, rather than someone who just kills people, and that's what Kirika has a proactive nature, and doesn't wait to find out who she is, but decides to grow a personality herself, and be, well, her, basically. And knowing that the show acknowledges and supports this growth only makes the character more likable in spite of the circumstances. This is great, since I found myself to be highly engaged with the developments that were tossed around, leaving me thinking, guessing, bridging the pieces of the puzzle in my mind alongside the characters themselves, and when twists came, I reacted momentously. Though if there's one nitpick, it would be the pacing as it
using fancy words in wrong ways. Good lord.
intentionally slow. The purpose being to provide tension, establish an atmosphere, and build other elements before dispersing them. Kind of like seeing a cutscene of the next boss you're about to fight, only to encounter a loading screen, becoming excited, or dreading what might come next. It's fairly effective, but at the same time, I can imagine those with lower attention spans get bored easily. Yes, people, Noir is that slow. Then you get to the middle portion, and things get a bit sticky. This is where the show kind of goes all over the place, and it isn't until the last portion that it finally gets back on course. Not to say it's bad, if anything, the show keeps things going with its bending plot, but it does some things I don't prefer. Ambiguity is lowered at this point, and we are introduced to characters who don't always mesh well. Sure, Muriel's Uncle and Chloe are essential, but then we have the Intercable and the supposed dispensing chick who serve as side antagonists, but they ultimately lack an impact on the plot at large. And speaking of the plot, it's also around this point that it has a tendency to go in multiple directions, as if it needed to fill its episode quota and make different stories just for the sake of it. It still makes for solid material, it's just when you are faced with a mystery on a scale such as this, you'll only want more, and not to sit around and watch our characters go to Taiwan that ends up having little to no reason to happen in the first place, all things considered. Then there's
Yeah, this show could have done better if it was a few episodes shorter, actually.
That's meant to be deep and important, lifting you from your shirt to convince you on how complex it is, when it can be summed up simply like this. Man can be bad. Man commits sin and are not good. The world is putrid, vile, and corrupt. Noirs behold the sins of man, like Jesus if he had guns. Noirs are meant to save people from love and the cruel world and...
War never changes. Or does it? No, of course it is. Is war.
Thing is, it didn't need to do this to have a complicated overtone. Symbolism already does this, and the implications of said symbolism are what drive the thoughts into our heads and provide a layered substance of ambiguity and personal questions that involve the viewer's opinion. And when it does spew the same pretentious gobbledygook at you on a near constant basis, it's not only weak in comparison, but can feel misguided. It's a very solid action/mystery plot that'll keep you hooked. to go along with the characters and the backstories was standard, and concludes in tip-top fashion, even if it attempted at being deeper than it should be.
Hatred is bad, I guess.
Darcy.
But all
Yeah.
that is little compared to what it does right, and it does things very right. Noir's execution of the Central Core experience gives you reasons to stay, no matter what you may find to be a hindrance, a presence that lies radiant within the story. Now the next question is, does the presentation produce the same spark?
Rank up! Sergeant, Master Sergeant, Shooter Person.
Produced by B-Train, Noir was made before a time when digitally enhanced 2D art was commonplace, so I'm going to approach it with whether or not it holds up despite its apparent age. From the outset, Noir's visuals are as expected, with the colors looking fuzzy and a little underpowered compared to digital colors, but that's not a big gripe at all. If anything, the details Noir implements into its art is something I found to look quite natural on its own. To backgrounds, characters, scale, and all else in between its bloodless gunfights and moments of downtime, Noir holds up without the need for CG or other constant uses of digital enhancements, outputting atmospheric, intense, and abstract visual themes.
God, I love the look of this anime.
A high-definition polish, but all in all, this is a fairly
It doesn't need it.
how the art manages to remain consistent throughout its 26 episodes.
It looks fantastic.
For animation, Noir moves surprisingly well, with action scenes that look and feel appropriate against the swift and calculated direction of almost each one. Fluidity can be found on more than one occasion, and, like the design, it all manages to remain consistent. That's not to say it's great. Obviously, choppiness will strike, and seeing its age, it strikes hard. Prone to display stiff movements in areas, but when things are sorted out, it can pull through with scenes that rival half of what is pushed out these days. Not all, but half. So on the visual fence, it holds up. Audio-wise, I'm going to say that this is yet another show where I've only seen the English dub. Yeah, I know, but that's not a bad thing. Shelley Khalid Black gives Muriel flavors of subtly morose, composed, sometimes incredulous, but also optimistic, compromising, altruistic, and conflicted in her performance that succeeds to offset her seeming heartlessness. Hilary Haig outputs her abilities as the cold, lightly sadistic, but honor-bound Chloe, with Tiffany Grant as the motherly but strangely troubled Altina. However, the highlight, without a lick of sweet doubt, is Monica Ryle as Kirika, who fits the character with inaugural efficiency, featuring a distant, melancholy, caring, adaptive, and even tormented performance that makes up her role. With her voice, acting direction, and dialogue, she absolutely makes the character her own, with emotion and nuance in tow, and given that Kirika is this person who tries to build her identity in a plight of rediscovering it, along with her true nature, Ryle does something that tends to fall a little short at best, and fail miserably at worst. And it's this believable display of Kirika's mixed emotions, occasional self-loathing, connection to Muriel, and a yearning towards an answer to her own meaning to be that gives life to the character and ends up shining above the rest because of this. So really, the English voice acting is some damn good stuff. Now the soundtrack is interesting.
Wow.
And part of that is because it's composed by Yuki Kaijira. Yes, the same composer.
Yuki Kaijira. Not Yuki Kajira. You know, Kajira? Kaijira. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, what did I...
It's composed by Yuki
Kaijira. Script fail. Okay, it's a script fail, but still, that's like, considering it's Yuki Kajira, right? That's a big fuck up on my part.
Kaijira. Yes, the same composer that brought you music for Madoka, Fate Zero, and a few incarnations of Dot Hack. So if there's anything you can expect, it's a good musical score. Utilizing the usual arsenal of orchestral melodies of violins, pianos, flutes, guitars, and other instruments, ominous sounds, and vocal chants that we come to expect from her, it all culminates in smooth, calm, unsettling, ominous, tense, upbeat, and exciting in one collection of...
It's
some good stuff.
It's one of her better soundtracks, I would say. Definitely one of her better soundtracks.
And while I wouldn't say it's her best work, it succeeds at supplementing the scenes with mood-setting pieces of auditory splendor that does give your ear a treat. If there's one thing that could be seen as negative, it would be that it does get repetitive at first, though this is negated somewhat by introducing more tracks to shake things up, so it seems that the show is aware of these too. So with a solid soundtrack and voice work, the presentation is a good effort for an anime that's over a decade old. From decent visuals to great audio design, Noir will give you something to look and hear. For an old dog, it ain't that bad.
Rank up! Sergeant of the Master Sergeants, most important person of Extreme Sergeants to the max.
I'll just get this out of the way. Noir is not for everyone. Yeah, for how good the show really is, I'll admit that it doesn't have the accessibility one would expect, as it expects you to invest time to think about what you're experiencing. Action is not something one should go into Noir for, not exclusively at least. but rather, one can expect an anime that takes you along on a roller coaster of symbolic intrigue, character insights, and significant discoveries that twist the fabric of any conclusions you may have manifested in your mind. A mystery with action being just another piece of the puzzle that is noir. It may have problems with melodrama and a middle portion that likes to wander off the path, but when all is said and done, they tremble before the might of everything else it nails, and in turn, rewards you. So even if it isn't easily digestible, it's worth seeing to those seeking a grand retour to something thoroughly aggrandizing.
Thoroughly aggrandizing. Oh, what's this? Okay, I still agree with it. Definitely a criminally underrated anime, I would say. Definitely underrated. Like, kind of a hidden gem in a way. Again, I only found out about noir because I want a film noir anime. And while noir kind of isn't that, actually, it's not really a film noir anime at all. Like, it's still a great, like, mystery action-packed action, like action mystery anime that I still highly recommend. Even if it could use like a trimmer to like trim out the fat that it has, but still agree with this review. It's not bad. But then here we go into the next review, and it's not really a review at all. In fact, it's not even like, it's under 6 minutes. But this one though, Jesus Christ, man, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking with this one. I'm just gonna let you like judge it for yourself, because this one hurts.
Well, Orinomoto Season 2 is finally over, and I decided that instead of doing a just finished watching video and things like that, I would go ahead and make this relatively short review, at least compared to the others. Spring season is coming to a close, or has already closed depending on when this review is uploaded. And there were a few shows that weren't that bad, if not pretty good. But the biggest surprise of all is how much I enjoyed this continuation. Now, for those who have never seen Orinomoto, the plot centers mainly on the brother and sister relationship of Kyosuke and Kyu.
By the way, never reviewed the first season, so I'm doing a review of the second season without doing a review of the first season. Which, why?
You start off with a rather shaky note with their bond, but gradually get back together in the most extreme ways, sometimes to comedic effect. This is all supported by the supporting cast comprised of the cute and eccentric Kuroneko, the odd...
Oh, Kuroneko.
...supporting character Punch, the Yandere Supremo herself, motherfucking Ayase, which is where this is based from, with the crazy antics and energy withstanding, but manages to add drama, conflicts, and a certain level of complexity along for the ride, creating a continuation that never feels like a rehash of what came before, and if anything, is better than what came before, gathering the leeway to tackle more scenarios and deeper storylines. From insight into Saori's backstory, the ambiguous approach to Kyosuke and Kirino's coupling, and even relations regarding Kuroneko, it all forms a new season that puts a heavier emphasis on character relationships, with twists abound and secrets and personal agendas revealed at key turns. This results
Hey Sean, what's up, man? Gonna pause it here. Hey Sean Busybody, welcome to. Well, thanks for like checking this stream out. We're almost done. Let's see, how long have I been streaming here? Like almost 4 hours. Wow, that's a record. Actually, that is a record. So, but we're almost done. Thanks for like checking in, and let's continue on with this horribleness.
Making you care about what you're experiencing. Considering that this takes place later in the story and character's life, this was fitting, pulling off a new chapter that goes full steam ahead, concentrating on the emotional highs and lows of the cast and the events. Sure, the show does take its time to truly get going, and detours can sometimes feel like speed bumps, but in the end, what matters is what I got out of it, and I got plenty. That's not to say that it's down and downer. This is Orinomoto, and the humor we get keeps up with the status quo. This show can get pretty bonkers. Pervert fights, non-brain mode, and wacky situations of high amounts of embarrassment, woo-hoo. But you know what? It all works. And it works because we know what's going on with the characters and the story at large. So when you get right down to it, everything is balanced out. It doesn't go down to being a bore, and it never goes toward being try-hard. It manages to maintain a sustainable level that doesn't get in the way, applying it when needed. As to avoid being obnoxious and
Okay, so far,
but I got amusement and some laughs from it. And even if you don't, the stories presented here might hold you over. Now, I want to keep the presentation aspect kind of brief since I don't want to overstay this review. Welcome. So here's a lean evaluation. The visual side of things are up to par. Colorful, expressive, but not overly aggressive. That's not to say it's ugly, as the anime does have a good share of good-looking highlights, but as a whole, don't expect some mind-blowing animation and art designs everywhere, but don't expect a subpar quality anime either. So,
out of all your reviews, which one would you call your magnum opus? The Fate Stay Night, like, visual novel review. That whole series that I did about Fate Stay Night, that's my magnum opus right there, baby. Like, my review of the Fate Stay Night visual novel, that I'm still proud of that. Like, I'm so proud of it, how it turned out.
the visual presentation is above average, and it doesn't really go higher than that. When you get to audio, I'll get this out of the way. The soundtrack is not entirely memorable. It's not bad, but you don't really mind it. And like the visuals, considering what kind of show it is, it didn't need to pull all the stops. That would just be overkill in my opinion. However, the voice acting is what things shine, and is a clear as clean water improvement from what was heard in the past. Mainly attributed to this season's direction, the actors showcasing their skills can hit emotional highs and lows with compelling efficiency. When things are meant to be fun and upbeat, the acting is energetic enough to keep up. When things get out of hand and crazy, the acting becomes appropriate and radiant. But when things sink and we get a personal, down-to-earth perspective of what's going on with the characters, these types of performances are also nailed, being as believable as it needs to, completing the drama that appears. At this above-average audio presentation, the visuals, and it comes out to being an above-average looking and sounding show that'll give you something pleasant to look at and something engrossing to hear, providing a solid picture. Of all the things I want out of the continuation, nothing is more important than for it to take what has been established and evolve it.
Wait a minute, where is... Wait, hold on. I could have swore that... Oh! Wait, hold on. Oh, that doesn't come until later. The Orinomoto Season 2 specials. Oh, the review of the specials. Right. This is the cringe right here. Yeah. I'm not going to get into that then, because I don't want to embarrass myself.
To drive towards a direction beyond the hills and explore the valleys and the rivers and the seas and possibilities. To explore uncharted territory towards a very location that will lead to a new tomorrow and another tomorrow after. And unlike this pile of shit, that is what Orinomoto Season 2 did. To actually continue things, expand, to never walk backwards, to move on, to new things to show and tell. You know, like a good sequel should. This is all I want. This is all I want out of any sequel, and I swear, if the second season of IS Infinite Stratos does not do this at all, hell will freeze over it.
The second season of Infinite Stratos is like dog water. Dog water after the dog has diarrhea. Okay? Horrible. But we're not going to watch that review, unfortunately. Not this stream, anyway.
I swear on Jesus' skirt on a piece of wheat bread, which comes to the conclusion of this review. And I'll say that this is one of my favorite animes to come out this anime season, and could have been my favorite if Suisei no Gargantia didn't finally kick its own ass into overdrive. Seriously, that show really picked itself up. Now, I heard that 3 more episodes are coming later this year, in the same vein as the True End special.
They sure did.
Count me satisfied.
They sure did. They came out, and boy, did I make a video, and that video sucks ass. This video was short. Okay, I still agree with it. I still like Season 2 of Orinomoto and all that, but the specials, what the fuck was I thinking? I don't know what I was thinking about those. Yeah, the Orinomoto did fucking Kuroneko dirty, man. Poor Kuroneko. Now, finally, coming up here, my review of the worst anime I have ever fucking seen in my life, and that still is true today. This fucking anime, Itsuka Tenma no Koro Usagi. What a piece of shit. This show is fucking horrible. Let's go. And it's a show that I watched basically, I don't even remember why I watched it. Hell, the only reason why I make this, I had to rewatch. I watched this show fucking twice because I had to rewatch it for the review, and I'm like, and it's like, what the fuck, you know? Like, it's painful. The show. Let's see if I still. Whatever I say, let's check it out. Let's check out this fucking review.
I'm just gonna say it without any sugarcoating. Itsuka Tenma no Koro Usagi is, without a doubt, the worst anime that I have ever fucking seen in my life. An unadulterated slog that expects you to invest time and gives nothing back. And where I find tropes as being the measuring stick that all great animes fall behind, this is the complete opposite. Adapted
Man.
Itsuka Tenma no Koro Usagi was directed by Takashi Yamamoto, director of Final Approach, and written by Kyoko Yoshimura, and is an example of having something only to send it into an abyss where creativity makes way for obnoxious, dry laziness, and where charm or depth make way for cliches, inconsistencies, and a romance desperate for chemistry. An anime that kicks the biggest flaws you can imagine and amplifies it by 20 times. But the biggest sin this show has is that at the end of the day, Itsuka Tenma is as pointless of a show as pointless gets, failing to have a real purpose.
Absolutely.
From the rank and file, except it doesn't even belong in the rank and file. So what you get is nothing short of kipple that wouldn't be missed. But how can it be?
Kipple being a slang term in the book Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, describing it's junk, basically. This show's junk.
Why do you like this show when you like something like this? Plenty of reasons. One of them making Itsuka Tenma dumbfoundedly disposable, if not downright shrouded in dishonor not only towards you, but towards itself. And it's here where I tell you why, as I give you my evaluation of the piece of shit that is Itsuka Tenma no Koro Usagi.
Oh, God.
An average teenage boy who knows karate and is nice and outspoken and selfless and never gives up and wants to become stronger so he can protect the ones he loves and cares for, and oh boy, this is a good start, huh guys? He has childhood friends with Ren Ryugu, a skilled cook who has a crush on Taito and is the best character in the show, namely because she doesn't truly do anything. It's here where we also meet Gekko Kurenai, a top-grade, cold stone, pissed off, talented, gritty, and athletic dude.
It's Sasuke.
He's adored by all the chicks, being super cool and kawaii desu, sees himself as a genius and others as below him, and is the head of the student council, who is joined by Mirai Ando, a girl who looks like a child, acts like a child, and might as well be a child. So yeah, all seems regular in the life of Taito. Until he gets hit by a truck and realizes that he is immortal, where the memories about some girl come back to him, receiving our introduction to Saitohimiya, a vampire girl who Taito befriended at a young age, loves him for it, and loves him a lot, and gave Taito immortality powers that allow him to die 7 times after a downtime of 10 minutes before perishing permanently. It also turns out that the school he goes to has something to do with magical dimensions, with Gekko and Mirai being a part of it.
Dude.
Anyway, there's Gekko's brother, who's evil and blah blah blah. Taito and Himiya join the student council, which is actually a place where magical stuff happens. A bunch of other characters show up just because shit happens, and you got me there, as the story pretty much goes to the autopilot. Only to stray off course and goes fuck all as problems start flooding in. And there is a lot of them.
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Describing the flawed execution of the premise is like trying to fathom how 2 + 2 can equal 404.
What premise? Really, at the end of the day. This show goes nowhere.
Confused by what I just said? Welcome to the club, because that makes it part of the show's apparent excuse for a plot, which lacks a clear end goal, and gives us no real reason to care about what the characters do. Now, you go ahead and harp on Naruto for a number of things, but at least we have something that helps give the story focus. Naruto Uzumaki wants to get stronger and become Hokage, and the things that happen along the way are events that happen in his life, in relation towards his goal. There's an overarching motivation that lasts throughout his journey, and thus lies a clear narrative line that spans from beginning to the potential spiritual end. Itsuka Tenma, on the other hand, introduces...
If I remember correctly, Naruto, the manga, hadn't yet ended. So that's why I said potential end. Obviously he became Hokage and all that, but that wouldn't come until later.
the main baddie, our protagonist, quote-unquote, defeat him, and then it goes on to story arcs without any motivation that connects them all. To which calling them story arcs would be a gross misallocation, as this narrative gap has the negative effect of turning what should have been story arcs into multiple stories that have little to no relation to one another. Which means Itsuka Tenma doesn't have a story as much as it has stories. This wouldn't be so bad if the offerings were any good. The word bland fails to match us here. Characters are painfully two-dimensional. The logic is slipshod and convenient. The direction is all over the place, and you never stop having the feeling that Itsuka Tenma isn't even aware what it's trying to do versus what it's really doing. Plot points are prone to be neglected or buried, and twists are often nonsensical, if not brain-destroying and dumbfounding. Questions are either half-answered or unanswered. The drama is often one-sided as can be, and more. And it all comes...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
...for all the wrong reasons. An unfocused clusterfuck, if I ever experienced one. And seeing the genres it covers, there's a good reason for that. Is this a dark fantasy anime? Is this a high school anime? Is it a romance? A comedy? A ecchi that borders on hentai? Itsuka Tenma wants you to accept that it's all of that, but fails to juggle these elements well, and the result is something bipolar to the extreme. One moment he's trying to make you care about the feelings and complexities about two girls, liking the same two-dimensional boy. The next... Because the narrative is so wafer thin and unfocused, as you might expect, Itsuka Tenma's main drives to have the characters do whatever's on the menu at the time, relying on the dramatic tensions, conflicts, and...
Wait, why is he punching in the wall?
...as a way to keep you expecting a halfway interesting moment of cleverness, efficient world building, or something resembling engagement for at least another millennium. So much of this is applied to great tenacity that when you uncover all the weak action, the melodramatic tensibility of how, why, and can we get another panty shot, if you thought you couldn't get...
There are a lot of panty shots in this anime. My god.
Yes, dear viewer, in Itsuka Tenma, the power of love always prevails and is the key to everything, which is to say that love, as a theme, has more effect on the plot than the actual plot, or plots, as I should remind myself. After all, you don't want an experience of cohesiveness and naturally cultivated development, now do you, Mr. Person with a mind-formed self? Last I checked, this wasn't My Little Pony. But on top of that shit piece are looming, proverbial tumors that are the characters themselves, who range from boring to pointless on a banal plane, if you couldn't tell already.
Okay, literally, I'm not even kidding. This character right here with the orange hair that you're looking at, she literally just pops up in the plot for literally no reason. She's literally a character who is just there. She's just there in the story for no reason. Not kidding. Like, I don't know why the fuck she's even in the plot at all.
But now playing, if you couldn't tell already. An effort was made to building them, or as much of what this anime perceives as effort, utilizing a few bits of the backstory that's about as sensible as suggesting that people die when they are killed. But deep down, under all the piles of cloaks and mirrors, who are these characters? This is a
Yeah.
resonates more
Who are you?
With characteristics given being so small, they might as well be non-existent. Each character is about as straightforward as it gets, and every time we start learning something, it's gazed over and waved off, adding virtually nothing of value, and it all feels wasted as the roster increases. But what gets to me most is their respective roles in the show, where they can be summed up in a single sentence. Taito wants to get stronger and protect Himiya because he loves her. Himiya is lonely, but not really, because Taito's there for her and will help her, and will help him too. Gekko hates his brother, is arrogant and cold, but has a protective side too. Teacher guy is overpowered and wants his students to become stronger.
Yeah.
Soda and has plenty of pantsu.
Pretty much.
And to describe a character in a single sentence is being able to describe them in 2 words. And what do you know? Itsuka Tenma has said characters. And their roles are just because. But in relation to characters, I have to mention the romance, which, you guessed it, sucks hard! How much does it suck?
Himiya.
Taito! Himiya! Taito! Himiya! Taito! Himiya! Taito! Himiya! Taito! Himiya! Taito! Himiya! Fuck sake.
I'm not gonna dig into a whole lot.
Fuck.
Because it's about as predictable predictable as it gets, even with the forced love triangle. It's boring, dull, devoid of psychology and chemistry to the point of dehydration. The fucker is dry as fuck. Get romantic intrigue on it, stats! Seriously, what is there to say? There isn't much to do other than show clips of Taito and Himiya saying each other's names and express their love over and over and over and over again. A repetitious cycle of and continuous love professing, verbatim, which leaves nothing of analysis of any kind. All it takes is 4 words. They love each other. 4 words. Content expressed by Itsuka Tenma is as expected by the 3rd episode. Rapid-fire abortions of malformed mishmashes of gobbledygook kicked out the door as episodes. You ask for even a little, it gives you a minuscule. Have any hopes, it dashes them. Become interested for a second, you'll have your intelligence insulted. An abominable threat that asks you for time, and in return, leaves you more broke than Rick Deckard after his go-to. A testament of how something that goes downhill can go down an even steeper hill.
By the way, yeah, you can tell that I had recently read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep by making those references, because I read books sometimes, you know what I mean? I is intelligent.
Before rolling off a cliff. To say this is a train wreck is to say it had promise, but instead, the train was already wrecked, but you didn't see it until you turned the corner. Not even amusing in a bad way, just insufferable and tedious. But do you know what also gets to me about this show? It's ignorance. What do I mean? I'm talking about the aspect that tries to put sprinkles on something putrid, only to backfire, as it reveals the anime's true ignorance about itself as brightly as Valkyrie's flashlight. Produced by Zex, Itsuka Tenma's presentation is average at best. Yes, I came right out with it. The animation isn't anything special, if not mediocre at times. The voice acting works, nothing too stimulating. The soundtrack isn't anything amazing. Mostly generic, doesn't have a distinguishing theme and sound. If this were any other review, I would try to elaborate on these aspects, but really, I have nothing much to say about them, with the exception of the big fish, the design, which is where the biggest gripe lies. All times before Itsuka Tenma as a big dirt. Now, the aesthetics of Itsuka Tenma are pretty expressive and stylish. The flashy fantasy elements it goes for manifesting in visuals. It's the closest Itsuka Tenma comes to being unique in some way, presenting the world with a dark fantasy vibe that looks genuinely beyond our world, so to speak, but also vibrant with light and color when the tone shifts. It even seems to make this a priority, too, if certain scenes are to make this obvious.
God damn it.
Tenma tries to be a style over substance affair, and I don't necessarily mind the idea of it. I can enjoy things with style in mind when it works. But Itsuka Tenma's attempt doesn't. At all. Actually, it doesn't just fail to work, it's where another big fault arises. The problem is that, as much as it emphasizes style, it does so for the sake of doing so. A style over substance direction at its most misused. As I said, I can like this, assuming it has a purpose or seeks to compensate for something lacking. Simplicity isn't always a bad thing. The problem is that, what is there to Itsuka Tenma? How can style fuel something that isn't there? At best, the show has drops of water, with the visual intended to make things sweeter and more colorful, but that's all it has. Drops of inherent form, but not enough for a satisfying sip. You can add Kool-Aid to a few drops of water all you want, but at the end of the day, it's still not enough to quench your thirst. There's virtually nothing to this anime. Nothing to fuel or aid. It's just a crutch for a hollow shell. For this to work, you need even a puddle of substance, or else this will come across as bold self-ignorance. And if what has come before is me curb-stomping this anime before capping it in its arms and legs, then it's this self-ignorance that Itsuka Tenma displays that finishes it off.
Like, this show looks, I would say, pretty good, but why? What's the point? What's the point of putting that much effort into the presentation, like the visuals and all that, if it leads nowhere? It goes nowhere. That's basically, yeah, it's just, my God, I fucking hate this anime. What a waste of space, what a waste of time and effort.
As to call it entertainment is to imply that Itsuka Tenma is fun, gripping, hooks you in, and gives you a certain level of spectacle or wit, which leaves only the mindless. But that's not all. As to call it mindless is to possibly imply that it has the potential to gain a mind or had a mind but lost it. So no, this anime is not mindless or entertainment. Do you know what it is? The proper word to describe Itsuka Tenma is nothing. Yes, nothing. Nothing at all. And people shit on School Days. Well, at least School Days had a point. An actual goddamn point along its shores. At least Mars of Destruction was so bad it's good. Hell, IS Infinite Stratos has more of a frickin' point than this file. You wanna know what the last episode of this shit is like? There you go, people. This is the finale of Itsuka Tenma no Koro Usagi. And no, I am not kidding you. The anime ends on this. The entire episode is nothing but this. If this doesn't give you a clear idea of what this anime is like, I don't know what will. It has given me nothing at all. School Days is bad. School Days? I don't think so, bruh. School Days is Fate Zero compared to Itsuka Tenma. Yet this is a slap on the wrist.
This fucking anime.
It's the compliment.
No, this is a fucking zero, like everything else about this show. Fuck, dude. Yep. So, let's see here, close poll. That was quite the thing that I did. I did a bunch of those reviews, and there's more, of course, obviously. But how long have I been streaming? 4 hours. 4 hours, 5 minutes. I think that's pretty good length. Wouldn't you agree? Wow. Itsuka Tenma. Jesus Christ, it's bringing out some pretty bad memories. Wasted time, wasted effort. Seriously, just a nothing burger of a fucking show. Thank you for stopping by, everybody who may have watched this at some point or is watching this right now, even. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for chatting, even. This is a good one, in my opinion, by my standards, anyway. So yeah. Oh my God. 55 reviews. Hold on, let me check out the frickin' playlist here. 55 videos in this playlist alone. Yeah, it's a lot. Plenty of reviews, not the most reviews one could say. There's other people have made more videos than I have, but you know what? I'm still proud. I'm still proud of. Oh wait, let me show it. Still proud of all of this here, even if some of it is bad. It's a learning experience, I guess. It's a learning experience, so yeah. I suppose this is a good place to call it, and hope that maybe at some point I do a new anime review. I want to. I think enough time has passed to do one, but that'll be for later. Until then, I suppose this is going to be me, Hollow of Dawn, signing out. Have a good one. I'm going to let you guys say your goodbyes if you wish. Maybe someday I should probably get a new microphone, though. I need a new microphone. Good night, Glaive. Thank you for stopping by. And Sean Busybody, thank you as well. I am off. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one. Kitty Vickies, have a good one indeed.